Many thanks for keeping a date with me on the program, Icons. And the storyline is giving value to the society and, of course, making the society a better place for us to live in. Today on the program, my guest is Dr. Tabusaid Osabo, the MD CEO of Twisted Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center. Given us, he wasn't being born with a golden spoon or a diamond spoon, a silver spoon. But I think he was pretty lucky because he was born in between a bronze spoon, okay, a wooden spoon and a bronze spoon. That's something to share about. So let's talk a bit more about how what gave you that conviction to start something on their own. A lot of people have visions, they have dreams, they have things they would love to do, but it ends in the realms of dreams. It never comes to reality. But where you are, was this like a dream, or how did you come about it?
Okay. Moving forward, how I started Twisted Osteo, which is now Twisted Healthcare. Yes, for the glory of God. We started in 2018 going into 2019. I was thinking I've always been thinking of settling down, but I didn't have money. So with my working work and office work that I've done over the years, I was able to save some amount of money, which was not up to 500,000 naira. I saved for myself. So I now called my friend in Abuja, asked Salama, I want to start up something, a business. He said, which business? I said, business in my line now. He said, okay. I said, should I start in Abuja? He said, Abuja is a big city. I said, okay. I said, because I'm looking at my state. I worked some places in my state, but the people there are suffering of pain. And they just take drugs anyhow.
Yeah.
You don't even know what is therapy. Therapy actually works. So we were contemplating on it, and I just moved down today. So I saw a guy who was moving me around. He became a friend. His name is Bobby. So I met Bobby, and I said, I would like to see an agent in Benin. He said, okay, took me to Airport Road in Benin, and we saw an agent. So the agent took me to one building, just one building. So that was the building he has currently. So when he took me to that building, it was a duplex. It was an upstairs. And that building had no staircase. Because it was a duplex, the staircase was inside the building. And the ground floor was already occupied with a pharmacy.
So how do you access the building?
How do I know access it? So I said, okay, I will construct a staircase
To that building?
to that building.
From outside?
You can see determination.
Wow.
I didn't have money. So the money that was with me, I now worked a bit more. It became 500,000. So I paid about 300,000 for the rent of that building. No, I paid 500,000 for the rent for that building because it was GRA.
That would leave you with nothing.
That left me with nothing. So when I paid 500,000, I called my sister. I said, I want to rent a building of 500,000. She said 500,000 at your age. What will you do there? How will you get the money to pay? I was just working by faith. So I paid, there was no money with me. So I went back again. I started hustling, looking for money. I got 300,000. So when I got that money, I called the neighbor to give me an estimate of what it would cost to do a staircase upstairs. So I got the quotation. I was started buying the materials bit by bit, bit by bit, bit by bit to fabricate the staircase. So the staircase was not too high. If you are claiming it's used iron, you really bah. So they did the staircase. We had access upstairs. So I did the front decks, which is the reception. Then I now did the office, my office. The office just had a table and a chair. And for me, I bought the table about 350,000. How did I get the money to pay for that table? It was my eldest sister that gave me a post-dated check to pay for the table. So I deposited 100,000 for the table, and I took the check. I met the man. I said, "Sir, please, I need this table. Help me with this. Before the date of this check expires, I will pay you."
Wow. And he accepted your advice.
Accepted. And my sister told me, "Don't allow this check to bounce because they will penalize me for it." So that fear was with me. So I paid with that check. So he gave me the table. And that's the table I'm still using up to today. Wow. Because it's a massive table with glass on top. So when we brought the table in, the money finished.
So it's like from zero. I want you to talk to me about how would you, sometimes when you are the person at the center of a conversation or the subject of the conversation, it is a bit difficult as a question to respond to, as in how would you, looking at where you're coming from, how would you assess the level of impact made in your chosen career, your chosen profession, as it were?
I would say sometimes it baffles me. It baffles me. I just look back and I say, God, it's only by your power and by your grace. It's you alone that can choose someone and push the person, propel the person to do more. Over the years, if we have not given back to the society, we have given back to we reached out to more than 3,000 persons. More than 3,000 persons. These are free privilege service to them. Not the one we have taken care of. So it will be the ones we have taken care of and the ones we have reached out to, say 7,000 to 8,000 persons. And we have treated them of pain, and we have brought people back for us.
Like referrals.
So there was a time we did a therapy on an elderly woman that had not worked for 2 years. We just did therapy alone. No drugs, no injection, nothing. Just therapy. And the woman came not working. So the woman started working. And as she was working, she was using a Zimmer worker to work. Later, she didn't work again. With the Zimmer worker, she was working on her own, and she threw the Zimmer worker. So she didn't know that they were actually recording her. So they were videoing her, and we posted it on our Instagram. That's how we went viral. So when we posted it on our Instagram, people saw the woman was so excited. Somebody that had not worked for some time, she was working. She was a lot of reactions here and there. Okay, that's cool.
All right, talk to me about what are those core values you have imbibed over the years that have been very instrumental to your success story? And then I know you talked about your elder brother a lot, your older siblings, how they molded you and all of that. But if you were to look outside the family settings, who would you say are those people in the business world that have inspired you, that have motivated you to what you are today? What are those core values driving you in the journey of life?
First of all, I would say my reverend. Yes, my reverend, Timothy, the presiding pastor of. Okay, I want to show it's not bad. Okay.
I like to know, when people look at you today, they admire the heights that you have attained. What's the story behind the emergence of Trecent Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center as the primus inter pares when it comes to treatment for bones, treatment for pains, as it were? I've already said this a number of times. You can take care of pains without drugs. And I can tell you for sure that within the context of Nigeria, the use of painkillers is one of the most abused set of drugs. People are feeling pain, stomach pain, they just go, over the counter, get drugs at the table. You say most times, oh, you can deal with pains without the use of drugs. And then we're talking about that after the establishment or the emergence, with the emergence of Trecent. What are those values that you invite, that have sustained you, and how would you describe those who you look up to as mentors outside your family settings, as it were?
Okay. Trecent Healthcare, Trecent Osteo, was based a non-drug, non-injection treatment. Just basically therapeutic, helping the body to heal again. The human body has the capacity to heal when it has rested and when it has undergone some certain therapeutic measures or process. We started, like I was saying, we started mid-2019, and when we started, that was when coronavirus just happened.
As COVID-19.
So COVID-19 spanned into 2020.
Yeah.
And like I said, I had to know when we finished, when I bought the office table, there was no money again. So that COVID-19 brought a whole lot of chaos, a lot of fear in people's mind. While people were seeing disadvantage in that COVID-19, we saw an advantage there. I saw an advantage there. With the number of persons I have met, I have spoken to, educated, enlightened and all that, they started reaching out to me. So, people were even scared of taking drugs because they cannot even go out to get drugs. They were sitting every day at home. Yeah. The whole country was shut down.
Yeah. There was a lockdown.
Really. There was a lockdown. Yeah. So the sitting position, people just sitting and all that became so chaotic. Became pandemonium. Everybody just sit down, they were adding up. They were sitting in their house, no exercise, nothing. They were just sitting in their house, locked down. So they started reaching out to me. So when they reach out to me, I go to their house, do therapy for them, exercise them, and they pay me for it, and I come back. So I was doing that. And I was paying money for it. Even like the money was much. They were just paying me little stipend. The joy of doing it.
That fulfillment.
That people can still see, they can do therapy. So I started doing that over and over again in recovery. Their immune system was already going down, being low, they were crashing down, they were recovering. I had a lot of money to now buy a bed until some person started coming to the clinic. When they started coming to the clinic, there was no bed. So I had this nurse sitter in my office. So I did therapy on them, on that chair, that nurse sitter. So after the therapy, they feel relief and they go back home. When you come back, they do another therapy, they feel relief and they go back. Those stroke patients started coming.
Okay.
We started doing therapy on stroke patients, manipulation, exercise, giving them exercise to do, and all that. I had, there was a time I didn't even have a secretary. My secretary left because I was paying the secretary 11,000 naira there. Yes. So I don't know. Right from time, when they don't want to work, I don't know why. She now left. So I will go to the reception and welcome the patients. Then I'll take the patient to my office, I'll consult the patient, and I'll take the patient to the therapy room, I'll work for the patient. So when they will ask you, who is the secretary? I'll say, I'm the secretary, I'll attend to you now. They will still see the director, he's around. They say, okay. I say, okay, let me take you to the director, we go to the office. When we sit in the office, I will tell the patient again, welcome sir, you are highly welcome to Crescent SC. What is your challenge right now? Are you not the one that just registered me? I think yes, but I can still consult you. No, I'll consult the patient. They will still see the therapist. Let's go inside, I'll show you the manifest. So we get to the therapy, I'll do the therapy. Okay. You are very good. I said, yes. When you go to the secretary, I've not seen one yet. One is not yet, another one is coming. And that was how I was doing. On the other secretary came. So it was stressful for me because I didn't have any money. I didn't have enough money. So I was staying in the office. I was sleeping there. So your office now became my house. Your house? Yes. Interesting. I could not go to the only sister I have here in the States, in those states. I could not go to her house. Transport was expensive, the stress was expensive, you know. So I wash my trousers, my shirts, just one trousers and one shirt. I had two shirts, one white and one blue, sky blue shirt, and one black pants trousers. So I wash it and I keep it. I wear it, the next morning I wear it. But I need you to repeat that. I need to repeat that because it's very striking when you look at it from the perspective that people don't realize that there's a time for everything. There's a time for life is a process. Exactly. Whatever level you want to attain in life, you got to take your time to go through it and get to that topmost position to be able to achieve that. So you're saying after you go to the office first, you pay for the table, you get the accommodation, and then you couldn't even afford an accommodation to live in. You have to stay in the office with your two pants and one trousers and two shirts that can wash today, you wear tomorrow, then you wash it, dried iron for the next day. Exactly. Then my house was one short joggers, a short combat, and a white vest. That was my whole room. So I wash these things, keep iron them and keep them. Then I didn't have money to be going to see my sister, so I just stayed in the office because every time I go there, I'm out of cash. So what helped me? I will come there. What helped me? One day I was sleeping in the office. They didn't know that I was inside the office. So I'm the back came. Oh, yes. So they were breaking the door. Already, there was a burglary at the back of the door, the entrance of my office. They didn't know that. So they were breaking the door. I shouted, who is there? They said they are army officers. I said, which army officer will visit you at 2 a.m. at night? So they kept on breaking the door. So I ran into the ceiling to go and hid myself. So when I ran upstairs, I entered the ceiling. What I used to climb the ceiling, I scattered it so that they will know that I've entered the ceiling if they eventually caught me. So they break in and break in and break in, they didn't succeed. So it was making too much of noise, and there are people living around. Then they came to my rescue them. So they left. So the next morning, I came down. That day, I still walked in that place. This happened in Yaba, in the GRE.
Thank you very much. It's been worthwhile talking with Dr. Taibosite Osabo, the CEO of Dressing Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City, giving us insight into his life journey and things to expect in the next decade. I want to thank you for having us your time. Thank you so much. Well, that's a wrap on Icons, a program while it lasted. You can follow for more on our YouTube channel. Please post a comment there, and of course share this video. There's a lot of lesson to learn from it. Apply this to your everyday life, to your business life. You be the best version of yourself. I'm Sonny Duke Okosu, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
certainly the best.
All right, now certainly that's the curtain raiser for the program this morning on ITV on your television. The program that comes your way every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and of course Friday. We have the Pidgin English version of the program. My name is Evans Sunokoge. You're welcome to the program. Wilson Marshall is right here with me. Wilson, good morning.
Yes, excellent morning, Evans. And of course, yesterday night, African nations dropped out yet again from the World Cup. Quite painful loss. 2-0 up. How does Senegal happen? I just keep on wondering what is really going on. Anyway, Egypt, you give it your best.
Well, I don't want to talk about football now because I've lost touch since recent happening. Anyway, we've got Lagos too. Messelina is right there in Lagos. Messi, good morning, beautiful Messi.
Beautiful morning to you, Evans. Good morning, Wilson. Good to see you guys this morning. Trust you're fine.
Well, I'm cool, I'm fine, and Wilson is doing well too. So, Messi, what's up in Lagos?
Lagos is good. Lagos is beautiful. It's good weather. But basically today we would be looking at the Senate plenary section yesterday, where they talked about the rehabilitation of terrorists. They said, if these people should, kidnap people, kill people, they shouldn't be rehabilitated back to the society. And they're asking for an emergency meeting with the president, saying that if these people should do this, they should face the wrath of the law. And instead of rehabilitating them back to the society, we are moving. You don't know who is being rehabilitated back to the society or who is being rehabilitated to join the military. It is a risk in our own part. So the Senate, their concerns more now about the insecurity in the country, citing the fact that, making the president know that it is not proper, it is not right to rehabilitate those terrorists, those bandits back to, the society when we don't know if they are going to change. You're working, you don't know if this person is a rehabilitated bandit. So they are requesting for an emergency meeting with the president, to talk more about it and to see a solution, to find a solution to this issue. It's a major problem, insecurity in Nigeria. So that is what we're talking today from Lagos.
Okay. All right, so that's beautiful. Now, Wilson, it's actually a major problem. We're trying to fight insecurity in the country, and we hear that the authorities involved are trying to reinculcate repentant terrorists.
I've been listening to different scholars, different preachers from Christendom, from the Islamic sect. They just are of one voice. Why rehabilitate 1, 2, 3, or 4, even the hundreds, knowing fully that they pose a threat to the society? Now, how would you know that they truly repented? Because you get to realize that in some reports, it'll be like a repentant XYZ terrorist was caught again, trying to go back. So do you think it's like, an exercise in futility? What should be the right thing to be done? I wouldn't want to go into do this, or they know what to do. Why are you treating this particular issue with kids' gloves? Because it's burning right now and it's getting to the end of our leaders. Let's see what they will do next. How many generals have been lost to insurgents? How many generals have been lost to terrorists that begin to feel the heat also? Maybe when it gets to where it ought not to get to, then they have a rethink. I'm going to be at that for now.
Anyway, we'll see how it's pans out and see how the government of the day is going to really respond to all these issues, because for the ordinary Nigerian, there's really no need to reinculcate or bring back a repentant a bandit or a repentant terrorist into the system. Anyway, from Benin, we're going to be talking about social welfare services in Nigeria. And of course, we're going to be narrowing down to the plight of vulnerable persons and government response in the states across the country. We'll take a clue from recent happenings in Edo State, and we tend to have the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs, who's going to be our guest on the program this morning. And we're going to be having Abuja too, so when Abuja comes on board, we'll let him come so that we'll get to see what they're going to be talking about. All right, so we'll take a short break now so that we'll join the corporate trainer Enwalata Sakai for his segment. We'll be right back.
You are specially welcome to this segment of the program. Enwalata Musahai is my amiable name, and I've been on the series on the topic different leadership styles and their impact on workplace dynamics. And in the School of Leadership, democratic leadership style, which is one of the 6 leadership styles, focuses on participation and inclusion. The leader gives opportunity for team members to bring their minds to the table, thereby resulting to outstanding and creative decision making. But there is a caveat. If the democratic leadership style is overused, it's going to lead to time wastage under circumstances where urgent decisions need to be reached. So it's going to lead to delay, and sometimes it even leads to confusion when you have to over deliberate on issues, especially under emergency situations. That is why a smart leader is very good at knowing that this leadership style is good for this situation, and then when the main goal objective has been achieved with that particular leadership style, the team leader is able to shift or transit from that leadership style to another leadership style, maybe for example the coercive leadership style. And in the School of Leadership too, the coercive leadership style is the do as I say leadership style. It is the classic command and control leadership style, and this kind of leadership style, the coercive leadership style, is very useful in managing crisis. It's very helpful under emergency situation. It's very, very strategic when you are trying to resolve matters of serious indiscipline. But now, if the objective, if the goal of the coercive leadership style has been achieved, and a leader continue to hold onto that coercive leadership style, which is the do as I say leadership style, the command and control leadership style, when the leader still continue to hold onto it, after resolving a crisis, after attending to issues of serious indiscipline, after managing that emergency situation, when the leader continue to hold onto the coercive leadership style, that leader may get to that level of demoralizing his team members, because team members can now feel overwhelmed, they can now feel micromanaged, and this has, it has even resulted in losing good hands in teams, in organizations. Like I said, the leader should be smart enough to know that, this time around, there is a need for me to shift to leadership style. Now, the template or the model we have been using on this series, it has been on using case scenario, approach to see that we bring these insights to light in a very practical way. And the case scenario we are looking at this morning is how the Commissioner of Agriculture in a particular state in Nigeria was able to, engage the democratic leadership style, which was initially the wrong leadership style for that crisis situation, and then when he saw that it was wrong, he quickly shifted and transited to the coercive leadership style to achieve and manage that particular crisis. So we are going to look at the case scenario this morning, and the topic or the title of the case scenario is choosing the right leadership style during a food emergency. Now I go into the case scenario proper. Following weeks of severe flooding, several communities were cut off from major markets, resulting in an acute shortage of food supplies across the state. Prices of essential food items rose sharply, panic buying increased, and many households struggled to sustain basic necessities. As public anxiety grew, the Commissioner for Agriculture convened a large meeting involving ministry officials, local government representatives, farmers associations, transport unions, market leaders, and other stakeholders to determine the best response. Now, this is democratic leadership style in place, all-inclusive, participatory kind of leadership style. That was the initial leadership style the Commissioner of Agriculture in this state attempted using to manage this food crisis in this state. Now, let's go further. Believing that broad participation will produce the most acceptable solution, the Commissioner adopted a democratic leadership style. Everyone was encouraged to express opinions, debate alternatives, and recommend actions. While the discussions were productive, they became lengthy. This is always a problem with democratic leadership style, when it comes to trying to use it to resolve issues of emergency, trying to use it to manage crisis. They became lengthy. Discussion, conversation became lengthy. Different groups proposed conflicting priorities, and no immediate agreement was reached. Meanwhile, food supplies continued to diminish. Queues at markets became longer, and public frustration intensified. Valuable time was lost while the emergency worsened. Recognizing that the situation demanded immediate action rather than prolonged consultation, the commissioner reassessed the approach. The leadership style was quickly changed to a cohesive one. Clear directives were used without delay. Emergency food distribution centers were established. Available government food reserves were released immediately. Transportation of food to affected communities was prioritized. Inspection teams were deployed to monitor compliance with emergency directives, and officials were assigned specific responsibilities with strict reporting timelines. Non-compliance with emergency instructions attracted immediate administrative consequences. Now, this is the outcome of adopting this cohesive leadership style in this case scenario. Within a few days, food distribution became more organized. Supplies gradually reached affected communities. Panic buying reduced, and market conditions began to stabilize. Although some stakeholders initially felt excluded from the final decisions, many later acknowledged that the decisive response prevented the crisis from escalating further. That is what the cohesive leadership style do. They do, as I say, command and control kind of leadership style. Is able to make sure that situation doesn't get worse. That is very important. The experience reminded the commissioner that while participation is valuable, emergencies often require prompt, firm, and coordinated leadership. Now, there are two leadership lessons we can glean from this case scenario as I begin to move towards the concluding page of this broadcast. Leadership lessons from the case scenario. One, leadership styles are situational. It is not a one-size-fits-all approach. You should know that this is the right leadership for this situation. It is time to shift, and it's time to adopt this other leadership style. Leadership styles are situational. A style that is highly effective for policy development or long-term planning may become ineffective during an emergency where speed, clarity, and decisive action are essential. When it comes to issues of policy development, long-term planning, democratic style is very helpful. But when it comes to resolving emergency crisis, cohesive leadership style is what you bring on board. Number two lesson from this case scenario: effective leaders are adaptable. Effective leaders are adaptable. Strong leadership is demonstrated not by rigidly following one preferred style, but by recognizing when circumstances require a different approach and having the courage to change course quickly. That is what makes you an outstanding leader or an effective leader. Not just your technical competency alone, but your ability to shift from one leadership style to another as situation changes. I believe that profound value, a premium one for that matter, have been added to you today. Send your questions, your inquiry across straight to my email, inuaghata@gmail.com, inuaghata@gmail.com, and I'll send the feedback back to you. I'll be seeing you next week, Wednesday. And when I return, my name will still remain the amiable Inuaghata no Sahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
Many thanks for rejoining on TMI this beautiful morning. I am Restelina Unko, and of course, Dr. Victor Ohai is here with me. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing this morning?
Very well, thank you. Good to see you today.
All right, good to see you too. We'll be reviewing the papers together. The first papers we would be looking at is The Nation newspaper. The big headline on The Nation newspaper says, Tinubu orders comprehensive probe of fake federal agency. You get that on The Nation newspaper. Another headline there says, more pressure on abductors to free Orire victims. You get that on page 3 on The Nation newspaper. Another one there says NRS targets 50 trillion naira tax revenue by December. You get that on page 2 on the Nation newspaper. Row among lawyers over leaked memo suspending NBA election. You get that on page 4. Row among lawyers over leaked memo suspending NBA election. Another one says terrorists killed in Castina as ISWAP chief surrender. You get that on page 30. Dr. Victor, let's talk about the big headline there that says Tinubu orders comprehensive probe of fake federal agency. Let's talk briefly on that.
Well, I have to say kudos, first of all, to the media.
Okay.
Because the media has been piling pressure. We cannot ignore it. But whether there's going to be sincerity, I don't know. We'll have to wait to see. There's such a thing as wuru to the answer. But this is a test of the president's sincerity. I know he has not come out like other administrations say they are having a war against corruption. I've never heard that from this administration. But I hope that this will be a true test and that whoever is responsible must not be allowed to go free. But what I fear, I'll just say this briefly,
Okay.
because what they are first of all now calling it a fake agency. And
Yeah.
I read details where it said once whether they use fake documents to open accounts and things like that.
Sure.
Which means they may be targeting that the man concerned, and they're not looking at the people in government. Well, we'll wait and see.
Okay, let's wait and see what happened. Let's take a look at the Daily Trust papers. The big headline on the Daily Trust papers says Tinubu seeks answers over phantom council. You get that on the Daily Trust papers. Another headline there says woman burns boyfriend's daughters to death. You get that on page 5 on the Daily Trust papers. Another headline there says xenophobia, lawmakers threaten sanctions against South Africa. You get that on page 10 on the papers. Another headline there says, still on the newspaper review, another headline there says, Senate to federal government, stop rehabilitation of repentant Boko Haram members. You get that on page 6. Dr. Victor, that is going to be our conversation for today, but let's just talk briefly on it before we go to the main conversation.
Well, I hope it goes through. Obviously, there are enough unemployed Nigerians to be given jobs. Because part of rehabilitation is jobs. Another one is the fact that these people deserve to be served justice.
Exactly.
You cannot kill people and then with impunity, everybody says, oh, they give you a pat on the back and say, okay, you buy uniform for them, train them, give them, for what? These are outright criminals.
Take them back to the society.
Yes, and what they are fighting for is not ideologically driven. You can't compare it, for example, with the Niger Delta, where there's been injustice all these years, and the people, you could see that there was leadership in the Niger Delta. They had a face that was negotiated with government, and then the people were piling pressure by pumping pipelines and the rest to say, look, you must attend to us. We have been neglected. That's not the case in this case. So you cannot come and be, patting criminals on the back. No.
We'll talk more on that later.
Yes,
Okay, still on the papers reviews, let's take a look at the Nigerian Tribune papers, where the big headline there says Tinubu orders ICPC to probe fake PFIPC. On the Nigerian Tribune, you get that on page 3 on the papers. Another headline there says Tinubu inaugurates presidential working group on national policing bill. You get that on page 2. And a writer says Bajabiamila to head committee. You get that on page 2 on the papers. Okay, let's look at another headline that says pressure mounts on a doctors of Orire school children. You get that on page 4 on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. 11 trillion naira revenue targets may scare cargoes from Nigeria's ports. Stakeholders warns NATS. You get that on page 5 on the papers. NBA rejects alleged AGF directives, insists election will hold as scheduled. You get that on page 13 on the papers. Another headline there says On health, recreational drugs, including cannabis, can cause stroke study. You get that on page 13 on the papers. El-Rufai's wife to Tinubu, my husband doesn't deserve this persecution. Get that on page 4 on the papers. And another headline says, Senate wants stop to rehabilitation of terrorists. You get that on page 3 also on the papers. Dr. Victor, let's quickly talk about the pressure. Let's talk about the Orire school children. There's still the pressure mounts on adopters of Orire school children. I mean, insecurity.
Yeah, that is very, very important. Not just Orire, but I think that in the Southwest, there's more. Well, of course, the media is here, and then so the pressure has been piled on the governors, it's been piled on everyone. But it should be something that should be done across board all over the country. So that's something I hope will produce results at the end of the day, so that these people have no place to go to. Then the other thing I would like to talk about is the Gbajabiamila.
Let's talk about it. I want us to talk about it.
I don't understand when there's an accusation of this weight against a public servant, I would expect them to be recused from power or any responsibility, a position of responsibility where they can influence it. And you are going to ask him, I hope it's the same by Gbajabiamila, to go and head policing commission.
Exactly.
So that means at the end of the day, I'm beginning to have my doubts. Not because that's the case, but because this is about perception. Okay? I'm beginning to have my doubts that justice will be served at the end of the day. Because that man, when I look at it, this is a favored person, and so the perception out there will be that there will be no justice, So I worry why you should give him additional responsibilities with these heavy allegations on his neck.
Yeah, it's worrisome. Let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper, still on the papers review. The Vanguard newspaper, one of the headlines there says, insecurity, halt rehabs, try Boko Haram members, Senate tells federal government. Another headline, a subwriter says, mourns General Abubakar, orders demands tech-driven security overhaul. Another one says, army detains 2 surrendering terrorist commanders in Borno State. Okay, another headline there says, Oyo school kidnapped. Security forces trace abductors, network associates. You get that on page 11 on the papers. Another one there says, Nigerians LNG export hits 20.6 trillion naira as global trade reaches record high. You get that on page 20 on the papers. Over 80 million Nigerians exposed to flooding, and IHSA warns. A writer says 2,000 hectares of farmland, 8,794 educational facilities, 3,808 healthcare facilities will be submerged. You get that on page 9 on the papers. And another headline there says, xenophobia, Senate threatening diplomatic action against South Africa, orders fresh probe. You get that on page 9 on the papers. Alleged sexual harassment, protesters ask Senate to suspend ambassadorial nominees confrontation. You get that on page 9 also on the papers. MPO hails Tinubu's big tech probe over contest as exploitation. You get that on page 9 also on the paper. Dr. Victor, let's talk about the flooding. Over 80 million Nigerians exposed to flooding, and IHSA warns.
Yeah, so it's worrying with our increasing population. It's something that we're going to be, unfortunately, going to be suffering more and more, because the more populated we are, the more waste we generate.
Exactly.
The more, with the kind of habits that we have in this country, the more we clog pathways, lagoons, gutters. If you notice, Lagos, for instance, many lagoons where water should pass through, people just pile garbage in them and all that. So it's unfortunate. But there's also something I want to talk about.
Okay.
We talked about it here some time ago. I mentioned the main road leading to Bayelsa. We talked about a coastal road.
Yeah.
If houses are built, I think that when building regulations are being made, if you know that there's going to be future road construction, part of the thing that should be insisted upon is that the foundations of the houses should rise above a certain level for approvals, although many of the houses don't have approvals. But it's very important because if you have already built your house and then there's a road construction, the road is above it. Obviously, every water cannot pass.
Exactly.
To do drainage.
True.
So it creates problems. So look at schools, hospitals, government institutions in danger of being submerged. It's worrying. All agencies should come together to ensure that it's not just giving us information, but what can we do to mitigate it?
Interesting. What can we do to mitigate it? Let's take a look at our last papers, the Guardian newspaper, where the big headline still, anxiety as planned expansion may affect 2,700 buildings, 10,800 homes. You get that on page 8, Lagos Calabar Highway. Let's take a look at another headline that says 2027 APC pleads with substituted aspirants to shield litigation. You get that on page 3 on the papers. Another headline there says NBA seizes autonomy, rejects AGF interventions in officers' elections. You get that on page 4. Police confirm probing 30 political killings ahead of Osun Gobon polls. You get that also on page 5 on the papers. Dr. Victor, let's round up with that. Let's round up with police confirm probing 30 political killings ahead of Osun Gobon polls.
I'm really worried about that. When you hear political killings, this is assassination. It means that people are trying to eliminate targets or people who might stand in their way. At this stage of our democracy, this is something that we should not be discussing or hearing about. I'm glad that the police are on top of it. But as always, I would say I hope that they see it through.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Victor Ohai, for helping us analyze the papers this morning. Thank you, Nigerians, for joining on the Papers Review. Do well to grab a copy and go through them. We're still on TMI. We'll be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on TMI. Do stay with us.
All right, so good to know that you're still there on the program this morning on ITV. You're welcome back to Benin, and where we're going to be taking our first discussion this morning on the program. Now, we're going to be talking about social welfare in Nigeria, and of course, government's response to plight of vulnerable persons in our society. Wilson Marshall is right here with me. Wilson, you're welcome one more time.
Yeah, vulnerable person in our society. Well, the commissioner is standing by, right?
Yeah. All right, so our guest on the program today is the Honorable Commissioner for Women and Social Development, Honorable Eugenia Abdullah, who is joining us virtually from Benin this morning. Madam, a very good morning to you.
Good morning.
No, okay. All right, so let us, in the next few minutes, we're going to be looking at social welfare services, and let's see government impact and, responses to vulnerable persons in our societies. Now, what would you say is the scope of social welfare services in Nigeria? Let's start from there.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you for having me here. It's a privilege to be here. You know, social services, so we call it social welfare, is more than providing assistance during difficult times for vulnerable people. And in the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, we are mandated to care, protect the vulnerable groups, elderly women, the elderly, children, women, girls. Recently, they added boys and those living with disabilities. It is also about protecting human dignity, promoting inclusion, and ensuring that every citizen has the opportunity to live a safe, healthy, and protected life.
All right. Well, thank you so much for really making that particular explanation from what you said, Honorable Commissioner Ma. There seems to be an addition talking about the male child. But if you take a look at the number or the weight of these people, do you have the wherewithal to really take care of them effectively and efficiently the way they ought to be taken care of like other climes?
Oh, yes. You know, under the leadership of our pragmatic governor, Senator, His Excellency Senator Monday Okpewolo, that is how will I say it now, is his passion to make sure that every vulnerable person in Edo State is not left behind. As the Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, our commitment is to ensure that no vulnerable person is left behind. We work to strengthen the child protection systems, support survivors of gender-based violence, we call it GBV. We promote the rights and the inclusion of persons living with disabilities. So, and what we also do is to empower women economically. You know, in recent times, you will notice how many women we have empowered. Not only women, vulnerable, those living with disabilities, and we provide social support to indigent families where possible.
All right, now let's take our minds back to where we started from, where we're trying to describe the scope of social welfare services in Nigeria. Now, we understand that when we talk about social welfare in Nigeria, we tend to conceptualize some kind of special services that has to do with education, health, labor, employment, prison youth, sports, and very recently there's also services that has to do with the provision of housing for vulnerable persons. But the way we see government responding to these vulnerable persons, attention seems to be centered more on maybe trying to just find something to keep these vulnerable persons going. Why is it like that?
Oh no, you're getting it wrong. Government cannot do it alone. You know, families remain the first line of protection for government. So communities must speak up against any abuse, against any neglect, child trafficking, and domestic violence. And then, since we know government cannot do it alone, religious institutions, traditional leaders, civil society organizations, and private sectors all have vital roles to play in building a compassionate and inclusive society. So since we know government cannot do it alone, we encourage civil society organizations, even private persons, to join the government in making sure that we get the vulnerables off that level.
Now, let's take a look at what is happening in the society. Once or twice or thereabout, I've contacted Sonny Gedosa to, help me contact you to do one or two things for certain persons. I like your swift and quick response. I really do like that. I appreciate you for that. But the male folks in the society are like of the opinion that you support the female folks more than the male folks. For instance, gender-based violence. It'll be like whatever the man just goes out to the Ministry of Women Affairs and complain against the husband, you guys want to listen to the husband side of the story. You just pounce on the man. Why is it so, madam?
That is not true. That is not true. We listen to both the female and the male. What we do, we stand on the line of justice. We are neutral. So if it's the male that comes to report domestic violence or GBV, gender-based violence does not really mean it's just female. Like I said, that what our mandate is to protect the female child, the women, the elderly, those living with disabilities, the vulnerables, and recently the Honorable Minister added the boy child. So even at that, even before they even added the boy child, we look at when we have cases. Okay, for example, we have cases of females coming to report domestic violence. At times they come in pretense that the husband is actually the one melting that kind of treatment to them. But what we do, we invite the husband and we invite the wife so that we hear from both of them. And most times, if the wife is at fault, we fault her. So we are not partial. We are not at all in the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development.
Yeah, Madam, as we try to do more explanation to this topic this morning, we're going to be also be looking at government response to some of these issues that we're talking about. And of course, we're going to be asking you questions as it relates to Edo State. We'll start from there. But let's look at the federal framework now, because it seems that when we're talking about some of these social issues, the ordinary Nigerian may want to heap it to maybe the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development. Now, we understand that, that was why I started by asking, let us talk about the scope of social welfare in Nigeria. And of course, we've explained that. But let's look at other bodies that tend to also have this responsibility. We have the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. And of course, we have the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development. Then very recently, the federal government has added the National Social Investment Program Agency, which is also, a kind of a coordinating body when it comes to social, welfare services in Nigeria. Now, how do we marry all these agencies together? Because for the ordinary Nigerian, when it comes to social issues, welfare and all that, they tend to look at Ministry of Women Affairs. Take, for example, in Edo State. So what is the relationship with these other agencies in doing their job?
Okay, these other agencies mentions aligned ministries. So when we have problems of health, we call on the Ministry of Health. When it has to do with humanitarian, whatever we do, we kind of involve our line ministries, because social welfare is more than providing assistance during difficult times. It's about protecting human dignity, promoting inclusion, and like I said, ensuring that every citizen has the opportunity to live a safe and healthy life. Access to healthcare is priority. So that's why I said that what the ministries you mentioned, aligned ministries, we all work in unison, and as we work together.
All right, now let's come to Edo State. Wonderful job you've been doing, but it seems like there are more things that your ministry need to do vis-a-vis. Just take a look at Mission Road. You get to see beggars on the streets. Let's look at Ring Road also. You go to that place at night, you get to see teenagers scouting, looking for how to feed their little tummy for that particular night. You get to see them creating or carving out spaces for them around the King Square. What has your ministry done about that? Aside this set of persons, you still get to see some young persons, old persons that are mentally deranged, still lodging around the streets in Benin City. What efforts have the ministry really put in place, so to speak, to take care of this set of persons?
The ministry started on the 5th. We flagged off the removal of those persons living with mental instability. So having that, yes, we started on the 5th, we flagged off that, and then we moved about 36 yes, mentally disordered persons in our metropolis. We did that on the 5th, we did that on the 11th. And then what the ministry is ensured that we must have those living with men that are living with mental disorder, getting them rehabilitated, and then thereafter reuniting them with their families. But let's talk about the children, the vulnerable children on the streets. We have taken steps to ensure that we get them off the streets, and that is ongoing. We have, I can tell you that we did have meetings with the Arewa president, the chairman of Arewa, the Alphas, the head of the Alpha community, with the Hausas community, and I don't want to say the steps we're going to take here, but we are on it.
All right, the program is still this morning on ITV on independent television, and our guest this morning is the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs in Edo State, Eugenia Abdullah, and we're looking at social welfare services and, of course, government responses to the plight of vulnerable persons in our society. We'll quickly take a short break. We'll be right back. Thank you one more time. The program still on your television, this morning on ITV. Social welfare services is what we're talking about this morning. And of course, government responses to the plight of, Nigerians and ordinary vulnerable people in the society. And our guest, Eugenia Abdullah, the Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Development on television this morning. Now, Madam, a while ago, you started talking about activities in Edo State and how government is responding to some of these issues. Now, we're going to be asking questions of that, but quickly, social media recently was agog with a particular incident that happened in Edo State. I mean, the case of a U.S. deportee, 53-year-old man, that was deported from the United States of America. Now, that man was said to have been seen roaming the streets, major streets, Airport Road in Benin and all that. Now, we understand that your ministry came to the rescue. Would you want to tell us more on the development of that story this morning?
Okay, that's a Peter Gubadia, that's his name. We had a call, we got a call from one of your colleagues, Sonny Edosa, and he intimated us on the young man that was on the street. And to him, he told us that he had some dollars with him, and he pays, when he goes out to eat, he eats and buys good groceries with dollars. So, and we actually encourage citizens to report vulnerable persons, and caregivers to also not suffer in silence. So what we did was to tell him, because the suspicion was that he was a security threat. So what I did was to encourage that they should involve the police. And when they did that, they found out that he was just vulnerable. He was a deportee. And that actually wasn't in our purview. We called the migration agency, one of our line agencies, and they found out that he had to be rehabilitated. And not just because he was deported, but he had mental problems. So what we did was to take him to the neuropsychiatric hospital and had him admitted. He had a lot of ailments. He was just at the verge of death. But thank God that we came to his rescue. And gladly, we were able to trace his family. And we got his family to the hospital, and they are united. We united them. They came to the office to appreciate the state government, because without this platform, I don't think Sonny Edosa, Peter Gubadia would have seen the next day.
All right. Well, Honorable Commissioner, you said that your ministry is already on it. You did the first mop-up on the 5th and, of course, on the 11th. Right now, if you go to the streets of Benin City and, of course, beyond Benin City, you get to see young children that are supposed to be in school, not in school. They're loitering here and there, aimlessly, moving from one place to the other, thereby leaving the bedrock of the society, which is education. What is your ministry doing about it? Because I've seen some kids, you guys are going to school, they give one flimsy excuse or the other, and I was thinking that that should be in the purview of your ministry. So what are you set to do about it if nothing has been done about it?
Yeah, you won't say that we're doing nothing about it. Like I said, we have 9 ministries. The Ministry of Education, they are on it, they are working with us, and we are still on taking the children off the streets. Like I said initially, it's something that is gradual. We can't just get the children, all the children off the street. It's a process that we started and will continue until we get to the benchmark that we have set for ourselves.
All right, now, before this administration came on board, we're talking about the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We had former President Muhammadu Buhari, APC president, and of course handing over to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, APC president too. Now, one would believe ordinary that programs of these two presidents may have be transferred. I mean, since we're talking about social welfare and development in Nigeria now. Now, let me bring you to some things that some people may see as national social protection programs. We had them during last administration. Take, for example, the conditional cash transfer. And of course, we had the government enterprise and empowerment program. Then also, we also have the national homegrown food feeding program, in last administration. Now, some persons are of the opinion that these programs were transferred to this administration. But the reaction and their concern is that these are only national programs. They are only nationalistic in nature. State governments don't key into this program. For example, maybe your own ministry, is not also keen on this same program. How correct is that?
It's correct. We are keen into that program. There is continuity in government. So whatever that the government, like this, our present government, this our present governor, what he meant, he is building on it. Like I said, government cannot do it alone. Across Edo State, many vulnerable persons continue to face such challenges. And, that include poverty, unemployment, limited access to healthcare and education. But this present government, this our pragmatic government, in the person of His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo, he gave out 1 billion naira to market women, and is passionate about the vulnerable persons. And whenever the need arises for him to extend his hand of fellowship to the less privileged in our society here, he does it without blinking an eyelid.
All right, so you are saying that some of these programs are being continued. I mean, I'd take, for example, the National Homegrown Food, school feeding system. But that seems to have, gone with the last administration.
Yeah, it's like died naturally.
Is that what we're saying?
Died naturally, I don't understand what you mean by that. But this question, you should, you need to pass it on to the Ministry of Education, because that is their turf, that is in their purview. I don't have the right to speak on that.
Okay, then.
Okay, fine. Now let's take a look at this situation. Now you spoke about what your minister have been doing, of which I can attest to some of them, which are very, very correct, because sometimes I've been in the middle of all this. Observed your swift response and all that, but it's like Oliver Twist, those state citizens, they need more. Now let's take a look at the issue of some women in the society not having one or two things to do, maybe due to the fact that their husband, left this plane of existence or another plane of existence. You get to see them loitering here and there, seeking for aids. What does the ministry have in store for these vulnerable widows that have so much mouth to feed? Where should they go to? Because one came in, was a saying, I need help, I need this, I need that. And I was like, what do I do right now? Not the only case. We have other cases of people that needs, this urgent attention to get back on their feet, especially vulnerable women in the society. Should they come to your ministry, or what do you think they should do?
We have what they should do, like we always say, that they should speak up if they have such challenges. It's not as if government can do it 100%, but government can meet them halfway. So what we do, we collaborate with relevant agencies, CSOs, that is civil society organizations. And it is out there. It's not something that they don't know nothing about. They know that when they come to the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, they get help. So talking about vulnerable women, they need to come to us. Like, was it not last 2 weeks, we had a program for indigent women, and we had 100 women that we first trained, and then after the training, we gave them startup packs. So it is not a new thing in Edo State that when women, vulnerable women, indigent families come to the ministry, they don't get help, they get help. That's why we always say, when you see a family or you see a neighbor that is not doing well, is vulnerable, is indigent, you just come to the ministry. You don't need to be a family of that person. You just come because you care. You come to the ministry and you show your concerns. What we now do in return was to go visit the family and see how indigent they are. And if we see that they are really, really in need of government assistance, we give them the assistance.
Right, Madam, from what you've said so far, your scope of services, no doubt, borders on rehabilitation of, some citizens in the country, and of course, reuniting them back, or what we call reintegration, back into the society. Now, there is a clear case at hand, and right now, about some few days ago, we had some Nigerian, returnees from South Africa. And of course, from the look of things, those persons are going to need some level of rehabilitation, and of course, reintegrating them back into the Nigerian situation, Nigerian system. What are you doing in this regard?
Like I said, we have line ministries. That's not my purview. That is the agency for migration. That is their purview. So I don't go beyond my boundaries. So that will be left for the Migration Director General to answer to.
All right. Now, Madam, I need to dispel this rumor. It's like, making the rounds, and thank God that you are here with us, though virtually. There's this a talk making the rounds that sometimes your ministry, headed by you, tend to respond quicker and faster to APC members than other political party. How true is this rumor?
That's not true at all. Because let me tell you, when you're on an election, you need a platform. You need a platform to excel. But as soon as you win, you're no longer that person. You become non-partisan. So be you APC, be you PDP, be you Labour, whatever party you are from, you're welcome to the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development. We are not partisan when it comes to what we do. The state governor is not partisan, because as soon as he gets on that seat, he becomes non-party. So it's non-partisan. Anybody from any party can go. It is only during the elections that you have a platform. You must have a platform to work with and then excel on it. But as soon as you get that, Edo State is one. There is no party in Edo State. That's why you say Edo State. That's it. So that's not true. Anybody that comes to the office, you don't come with your cards. And then when you come to the office, we don't ask you if you're APC, if you're PDP, if you're Labour. And I cannot know everybody that belongs to APC. So that's not true.
The reason why I ask this question is because once I was saying, I'm not be APC member. Then tell me, say, Commissioner, they respond to APC members fast than other political parties.
No,
so
that's
it's not true.
No, it's not true. If you say anybody that comes and say Mo, because I'm a Mo, that interest that the person is from my place, but say APC, PDP, no. We are not partisan when it comes to working for the state. Because at the end of the day, we go out to elections. In fact, working for everybody, every citizen, everybody that walks into our ministry gives us an edge over other parties, because they will see the good in us and then join us. So why will I now start saying, okay, do they come around with their party cards? No, that's lies from the pit of hell. That's not true.
So saying all your help is not politically inclined, it's like straight forward to humanity.
Straight. We are not parochial when they come in and tell us what they want. No. is straight.
All right, madam. We quickly take another break now so that we set it tune for the next questions we're going to be asking. And when we return after this break, we're going to be looking at the current programs that your ministry is embarking on now to develop indigent members of the society. We'll be right back. All right, so welcome back. The program is still this morning on ITV, and Honorable Commissioner Eugenia Abdullah, the Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Development of the State, is our guest this morning, and we're looking at social welfare services in Nigeria, and of course, government response to some of the citizens that need these social welfare services. Now, Honorable Commissioner, what are the current programs that your ministry is embarking on, to develop this indigent citizens, so to say, in our state?
Like I said, in the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, we work to strengthen child protection systems, and we support survivors of GBV. There are no particular programs, you understand, to do all of this, but our mandate is to work to strengthen the child protection system, support survivors of GBV, promote the rights and inclusion of persons living with disabilities. We mostly empower women economically. Like I said, we had that 2 weeks ago. We had sometime last month, we empowered women with what we do actually is to empower women in clusters in their various communities. So what we do is to economically empower women. Then we provide social support to indigent families. And we don't only do that alone. Like I said, we involve civil society organizations. We collaborate with relevant agencies to see that this our mandate is actualized.
Using the word GBV, what do you mean by GBV?
Gender-based violence.
Okay, yeah, we need to get that, for emphasis.
Yeah.
Listen.
All right, now let's take a look at the vulnerable, the deaf, the blind, the autistic, the lame, you just name it. Now you get to realize that educating this set of persons takes a lot, and many parents cannot really foot the bill. Here in Edo State, what plans do you have for these categories of persons in terms of education? After all, education, they say, is the bedrock of the society.
Like we said, we encourage those that are living with disabilities, like you mentioned. They have a commission in Edo State here, in the GRA, where they go, and there is a vote on that particular commission by the state government. So there they get their education fees, they get whatever that is their concerns, they get it from that commission. Is heavily voted in for that particular commission in Edo State.
But many persons are not aware of this commission. They don't even know if it exists. They don't even know the name. So would you please just let us know the name of this commission, where this set of persons will go to? I've encountered some parents saying, we're saying, my son, my daughter is blind. We don't have the money to even get breast. We don't have the money to give them adequate education. I've seen this where you have lame also saying they cannot get wheelchair for their children because they don't have the money, knowing fully well that the economy right now is not friendly. So can you please tell us the name of this commission, where they should go to, the address? Because we have pressing needs from this particular set of persons.
Okay, the commission is for those living with disabilities. That's the commission. Is in the GRA behind, if you're conversant with the Vivian Center, that is where the commission is. And I would not say those living with disabilities in Edo State, they are not aware of this commission. They are aware. They go there. It is there. It is out there. The commission has been working, and the government has been putting votes into that particular commission so that those living with disabilities will not feel left behind.
All right, Madam, I remember, some few months ago we had you on this program and we talked about, handling street auctions in, in Nigeria and, of course, in Edo State. And that was when we had the report that some street urchins killed a military officer in Lagos. Hence, we decided to bring it to Edo State to domesticate that discussion here. Now, my question is, what is your relationship like with working with other ministries? Take, for example, the Ministry of Public Safety. Because where you have these street urchins in Benin at times, take, for example, on Mission Road, a popular church on Mission Road. Now, there are allegations, rumors you may want to call it, that at times some of these street urchins, they are in possession of ammunition, for some of these criminal elements in the society. We do not know how truthful that is, but my question is, what is the relationship with other ministries in, doing your job and maybe in keeping our society very safe?
They are our line ministries, and we have cordial relationship. Whatever that connects with them, we, pass the information and we go into it together. We all have cordial relationship.
All right, now, so let's look at, all the things, we must bring this in now, talking about settling disputes.
I think I've answered the question for that. Dispute resolution doesn't really favor the male, but she said they are doing everything possible about it by calling both parties and they mediate.
Yeah, the reason why I have to bring this in now, I've actually seen a couple, any little disputes, you hear them say that we'll go to Ministry of Women Affairs. Now, Madam, how are you coping in that regard? How are you really coping? Hello, Madam. Yeah, Honorable Commissioner.
Can you please unmute yourself? We cannot hear you. The response to the last question, Evans asked the question of how are you coping with, squabbles, marital squabbles here and there. I believe that they're in drones right now in your ministry.
All right, we'll get that connection back now. And so we think that's just the situation when you have a ministry that handle as, much as marital issue. Then you begin to wonder how they really cope. Now, at times, some of these issues are things that ordinarily you would have thought that calling members of two families, maybe members of the man's family, the woman's family, the husband's and the wife's family to come together. All right, so Mother, you are back now.
Okay.
Okay, so I was asking, though you've hinted on it earlier on, marital issues. My question is, how are you coping with such, problems?
It's an interesting one because before I got this seat, I never knew that we had so much problems, in families. When women come up to say they are being abused by their husbands, and husbands, they come and give their own side of the story, and we try to make peace. And most times we get results because when they come, it's just little. Most times there's family interferences. So we tell the families to allow them live their lives. This most families that come in to complain about their marital issues is because families will not allow them live the way they need to live their life. And we always encourage that when they encounter such problems, they should speak up, and government will help to see that there's peace in their homes. Most times is abuse, is neglect, is inadequate protection. These realities actually require deliberate coordination and responses from we, the government. And once the families see that we have listening ears, we take their problems as our problems, we end up with having them, living as husband and wives again, and peace coming back to their household.
Coming the complainants now, the women compared to the men. What are the statistics?
Seriously?
I know you have more women that come to you.
Anyway, Commissioner Marwell, I just know that somehow your schedule is quite tight of maintained with the Ministry of Women Affairs over the national level, sub-national level, outside of the country and all that. We've been asking about people and how are you coping with the office? Are you really happy, doing your job, with the work pattern, the stress pattern? How are you coping in general?
Oh, I'm coping very well because it's an experience for me. It's interesting, it's life experience. And I'm grateful to my governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, for giving me the opportunity to serve in this capacity. It's an interesting one. And I don't think I wish for any other ministry but where I am now, because I'm kind of changing lives and putting peace in homes.
This discussion here this morning. Madam, I want to say a very big thank you for obliging us your time this morning, and we hope that lots of things have been learned on this program this morning. And when we call on you again, you will also oblige us another time.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. All right.
All right, so that's the first topic this morning, our first discussion program this morning on ITV, the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development. Now, we're saying this ministry has one big issue, they handle
too many issues. But one thing I praise about the Commissioner is that she's swift in responding to issues that gets to her table. I've encountered that more than once, place a call across to our ministry response, be like, okay, fine, what this one about it. Give us a couple of minutes and bam, she's there. And of course our group also, they're very, very active. That's why I choose to ask some real burning questions in the hearts of many. There's a question about political affiliation, question about supporting just women, because probably answer the question of where to get help. Despite the fact that the ministry is doing their best, but like Oliver Twist, the society, they need more.
Yeah, and of course, I was glad when she said that the ministry is not political, irrespective of, that she said people don't bring their party card.
I like that aspect. Well, APC, PDP, Labour, NCPC, just know that once you are those citizens, you have the right to go to that place to lay a complaint, to seek for help. If really you are indigent and if you are on the right side of the law, don't forget that aspect of it.
Yeah, and I think Edo State is going to go greater if only we know what to do, and if we know how to meet persons like Madam Eugene Abdullah, the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs, so that she can actually help out in some gray areas in your life. All right, so we'll take a short pause now, and when we return on the program this morning on ITV, we're going to be going to Abuja for their discussion segment of this morning. Please stay tuned.
It is still this morning on ITV, bringing us to the Abuja Network Studio, where we are going to be looking at the 21 days ultimatum given to the federal government by the National Association of Medical and Dental Academics. Otherwise, they will down tool, and medical education will be at stake, which means that those studying medicine will have to go back home. And of course, the academics who also double as clinicians, most of them are consultants, will also not be available to provide medical services. In the National University System or Nigerian University System, you have the ASU, the Academic Staff Union of Universities, you have the NASU, the Non-Academic Staff Union, and then you have the NAMDA. The NAMDA are those that teach students to become doctors, if that is just to say the least. And this group of persons say they're going to down tool. And if they do, what happens to patients going to hospital? What happens to the academic system for
students, medical students. And so to look at what the federal government can do within the window of 21 days to prevent the strike, I have the National Liaison Secretary, Dr. Mohammed Askira, who will be discussing this issue online. Very good morning to you, Dr. Askira. I can barely hear you.
Good, thank you very much. Good morning, Kadri.
Okay, I can hear you clearly now. So let us start by looking at why NAMDA wants to throw the health sector into turmoil.
Thank you very much, Kadri, and our viewers this morning. Actually, NAMDA, the Nigerian Association of Medical and Dental Academics, is not just trying to send or push health sector into chaos. No. Our main grounds and problem is currently now is with the education, that is the university system. You know, NAMDA is an umbrella body of medical and dental academics. In our tertiary institutions, in the universities, in our federal tertiary health institutions where any postgraduate medical training or education exists, and also in research institutions. So this body, this umbrella body of medical and dental academics, that is the NAMDA, we are pushed to take this decision because of the way federal government, especially under the education sector, Federal Ministry of Education has been handling our negotiation and issues of our demands. The basis and the main problem is that NAMDA primarily is formed as a union which will protect medical and dental academics and the medical education and prevent issues of, incessant strikes. Our concern and our purpose and focus is about constructive engagement. So we have our demands and our peculiarities. That is why we form NAMDA. Away from other unions, especially in the academic sector, in the universities and so on and so forth. So those are peculiarities, are the things that nobody ever represented us in the university sector. So NAMDA now brought those peculiarities to fore for discussion since when we were formed, before this regime. So we've been constructively engaging the federal government, and we believe in constructive engagement. However, unfortunately, we came to a point where, before our eyes, in our presence, this current Federal Ministry of Education set up a committee, the Yaya Ahmed Committee, Alaji Yaya, a respectable Nigerian, a very seasoned, elder statesman, to negotiate all the issues in the education sector. So when we came, we now discovered that their interest is just to discuss with the sister union, finish negotiating. Since December, they even started implementing for other unions their demands. They categorically said that those agreements they reach with other unions, NAMDA members are not part of it and they will not benefit from it. So we said, fine and good. Now that we are negotiating our own, we'll wait and see the end of our negotiations so that we will also have our agreements implemented. The committee, the negotiation team just abandoned us. They stopped negotiating with us. They stopped discussing with us. We don't know where they are. We are even at a level where we have drafted, an agreement for us to agree to sign. They dispersed and they left. And since that day, we've been trying to constructively engage the principal persons in the Ministry of Education, especially the minister. We could not reach the minister on phone. He will not reply our messages. We wrote letters seeking for audience with the minister about 3 times, no single reply with the Minister of Education. We went to his office. We sat down in his office for almost 12 hours. The minister refused to see us. So we had no option. We have no way through by which we can now reach our employers in the Federal Ministry of Education. So the items and the issues in our demands are not something that is far-fetched. One, it's all about our remuneration. We just want this Yaya Ahmed-led FGN expanded renegotiation committee to sit down and conclude the negotiation we have started with them. And in those demands, what we were asking are things that have already been agreed with government. First, we want the Federal Executive Council approval as contained in Circular 1 of 1991 to be and form the basis for remunerating medical and dental academics in the Nigerian university system. We agree with that Federal Executive Council approval because it has already considered all our peculiarities, and based on that, the commerce circular platform or structure of salary, it is what is acceptable to us in current dispensation. And to actually make matters even funny is that as we are discussing now, the commerce structure, it is the salary structure which the government is paying the medical and dental lecturers in the university. But the problem we had with this arrangement is that the arrangement is based on a verbal instructions and agreement. So we want it to be form and part of the constructive engagement we're having with the government and agreement, so that somebody will not come tomorrow and say, okay, he's going to reverse this agreement of paying medical doctors who are lecturers on commerce, because we have had several such experiences in the past where we started having our salary structures on commerce, and somebody will come overnight. Some agencies like the Salaries and Wages Commission will now start raising some unnecessary commotion and chaos, and they will say they will reverse it. So we even went to court. The minister, this current minister, came and told us, okay, come out from court. Let us discuss.
All right, Doctor.
We are discussing.
Yes. Just hold on a little. I just want to take you back to the ones we have had. In 2009, that's about 17 years ago, I stand to be corrected, the Yaya Ahmed recommendation is about 17 years old. What happened between that time and now? Why
what is happening
between medical and dental lecturers not enforce the provision in that Yaya Ahmed recommendation? Why wait until now?
Between 2009 till now, what was happening is that there was any platform that was representing our peculiarities. There were other academic unions like the ASU. The ASU was the one negotiating with the other unions that they were negotiating with the federal government from 2009. They reached those agreements without considering our peculiarities. That was the reason why we've been agitating to form our own union that will represent our peculiarities within the academic setting, within the education sector. Actually, that is the reason why finally the federal government saw a reason that, yes, we have a genuine reason for forming NAMDA that will now represent our interests. And NAMDA was registered 4 years ago. And since when NAMDA was registered, we said, okay, unlike the sister union that are bent on going on incessant strike, prolonged strike, NAMDA is interested in constructive engagement. So we now presented to government our peculiarities. And that was how the discussion started. And when this Yaya Ahmed committee was set up now, it was set up with the intention of renegotiating the items in the 2009 agreement, which we agreed. And that was how other unions like ASU, like SANU and the rest were able to renegotiate their demands. So we NAMDA also were invited. We came with our own peculiarities. We now presented and we engaged them. Let me tell you, they had over 35 sittings with other unions. They only sat 5 times with us, and they abandoned the meeting. They abandoned the negotiation. That is our concern. Our concern is not that we want something new. No, we want them to come back to the negotiating table so that we can finish our negotiation with the Yahya Ahmed-led committee and now reach an agreement that will be implemented in the best interest of our members. And that is what I'm now reading out some of the items in that negotiation.
Okay, but Doctor, have you been able to, can you hear me, Doctor?
I can hear you.
All right. So I know that there's the mother body for unions in Nigeria, the NLC or the TUC. I'm sure you fall under the NLC. Do you fall under the NLC?
No. You are talking about the federation?
Yes, yeah, I know you are an affiliate of either TUC or NLC. Which one?
A trade union is expected to be part of the federating union.
Okay. That's the NLC. Yes, that's the NLC. Yeah, so but have you been able to discuss with the NLC to take this up for you?
To the TUC. Are you getting my point?
Okay.
We are more inclined to the TUC, but you know we have just been newly registered, and we engage the TUC on the federation, you know, of union, and we have done the processes of, you know, the amalgamation and so on and so forth. But this is not something you escalate to a parent union that is yet to understand your peculiarities. One thing about Medical and Dental Academic Union, NAMDA, is that we are coming out because of our genuine peculiarities. And this peculiarity is what government and our body have now come to understand. So we want to finish at this level before any escalation. So our aim is to constructively reach a formidable agreement with government. So I'm surprised that there is an issue of demand, and in this case of NAMDA, it is the government that is running away from negotiation, not the union. We are the ones now looking, even this ultimatum, we are giving ultimatum because government ran away from negotiation. Had it been the government has been constructively engaging us, we will know that there is a meaningful avenue through which a body of government is listening to our demands so that we can come to a common ground, which is win-win for all of us, because we are all patriotic Nigerians, and our interest is to see how this country works. And it is our interest, it is our best interest to see that the best thing is done for our members, and the best thing is happening within the system, and the nation at large is progressing. This is our aim. So our surprise is that we are looking for the government to come to a negotiation table. Government is running away. We are now giving government an ultimatum for them to come back to negotiating table. That is the irony. Can you understand now? So it is not a matter of escalating it to anywhere. It is a matter for a government to be responsible.
Okay, now, there's this issue. We know the medical and dental academics are responsible for teaching students who are also in the medical and dental lines. Their availability, of course, will now gives a bit of credence and quality of education to those that they are baking. But it does appear that because of your demand, some of your members who are lecturers teaching medicines and dental, they tend to abstain from their responsibility. Students no longer see lecturers coming to teach them. I mean, is this not, foul on your part? Because at the end of the day, you are going to graduate students who will have the license to treat people. And if you do not go to class because of your demands, because the government has not been able to meet your demands, what kind of graduate are we going to have in our health sector in the nearest future?
Thank you very much. Actually, if you look at this scenario today, where we are at a situation whereby during the last time before, at the time when NAMDA was being in the formative stage, in 2001, 2002, there was strike in the universities. For 8 months, 10 months, there was strike in the university. Do you know that our members, medical and dental academics, were working? We did not go on strike. For the 8 or 9 months that ASU was on strike, for the 10 months, for 1 year that ASU was on strike, we were working, we were teaching medical and dental students in the medical schools in the universities. And many of our members, up to today, they were not paid salaries for those periods of time when they were teaching while ASU on strike. And that was the reason why NAMDA was formed, that we are not strike mongers. So to tell you that over the years, all this while, government is not paying attention to our demands, and we were not going on strikes. Our reason is that the medical education should not suffer any setback. But we have reached a stage where we now understood that with the current behavior of this current leadership of the Ministry of Education is that they are taking us for granted. They do not care about the system. So our first victim now is not the system. It is our members. Our members are not being, well remunerated. Our members' demands are not being, met by the government. And I will tell you, as I'm talking to you now, so many of our members, when they reach 65 years of age, as professors, they were migrated out of the commerce platform and they were taken back to CONWAS salary structure, and that is amounting to demotion. Some of them had to now.
Can you give us the difference? Hello, can you give us the difference between commerce and CONHES so that our viewers will understand what you're talking about?
It's not CONHES. Commerce and CONWAS. CONWAS is a salary structure. The CONWAS is a salary structure that has been negotiated by ASU, while commerce is a salary structure that has been negotiated and agreed by medical doctors. That is the enemy. And we are all members of enemy. And we have our peculiarities in the commerce, which is captured, which CONWAS did not capture. As such, the enemy, which is the umbrella body of all medical doctors in Nigeria, before NAMDA was even formed, negotiated commerce, and it said that the commerce should be applicable to all medical doctors wherever they are. Unfortunately, in the education sectors, in the university, they are now paying medical and dental lecturers in the universities with CONWAS. So when NAMDA was formed, we approached the government. We said this CONWAS was a product of negotiation with ASU, and we are not members of ASU. And the reason we left ASU is because the ASU as a body does not represent our interests and peculiarities. Therefore, commerce, it is our salary platform that we want negotiated, and we want. Because if you take us to CONWAS, we lose, our entry point is reduced. Are you getting me? Our remuneration, take home is reduced, and our career progression, it is not commensurate with our colleagues that are predominantly in the teaching hospitals or in the hospitals. So to uniformize and make it, to align our career, both in the teaching hospital and the career in the university, to be aligned and move seamlessly, up to retirement with attendant seamless pension arrangement, Commerce is the platform that satisfies our demands. Government agrees. But unfortunately, the agreement that government had with us is being thwarted by the National Salaries and Wages Commission. That is the reason why we want it to be a constructive, agreement between us and government agencies. Let us have it in black and white under this Yale Ahmed renegotiation, so that it will be finalized that all medical and dental academics will be on commerce salary structures. Because once you are on commerce salary structures, your entry points, you will not be shortchanged. Your career progression, you will not be shortchanged. Your pension benefits, you will not be shortchanged, as well as your remuneration take home, you will not be shortchanged. So that is the reason why we...
Okay, our time is flying fast, Dr. Askira. Our time is flying fast, and I'd just like you to make a sense of what can be done aside the planned down tooling. Because if you down tool, you know that when lives are lost, you really cannot redeem such a life. There are many people that need quality medical services in the teaching hospital, aside the fact that students don't need break, for their lectures, because they all need to have all they need to have, so that when they are certified, they can actually be confident to take care of patients. Aside the idea of down tooling, what can you do to ensure that services are not truncated in teaching hospitals?
Kadiri, I already told you that our aim is not to go on strike. Our aim is for government to come back to the negotiation table, so that we finish and conclude the process we have started, so that we avert this looming strike. Because teaching medical students goes pari passu, hand in hand with rendering medical treatment and services to innocent Nigerians that are in our hospitals seeking medical care. So our aim is to make sure that medical services is not interrupted, as well as teaching and training of medical students, as well as resident doctors, is not interrupted. This is our aim. And that is the reason why the NEC, in her wisdom, gave 21 days ultimatum. Any responsible and reasonable government will come back to the negotiating table, and we will now, I did not run down all the demands because I know because of the time limit, so that we can now come back, sit down, constructively reach a reasonable position with the government, so that we avert this situation. As I'm telling you earlier, it is clearer now to us that the government of the day, the Federal Ministry of Education, and the other functionaries, is like they only listen to
our time is up.
That is our problem. And if not so, our only issue and intention is for government to come back, so that we negotiate and reach a tangible position within these 21 days and avert. But by the time we reach 21 days and nothing is done, definitely we will speak the language they will understand. Maybe the strike is the language they will understand.
Doctor, I must thank you for your time with us. Dr. Askira, we have to end the discussion here. Time is not usually available for these discussions. We just hope that we'll get to call you some other time to give us, a deeper insight into what we have. But we just hope that medical and dental lecturers don't down tool. That definitely we cannot be able to contain, the effect of that. I must say thank you to you, Dr. Mohammed Askira.
Thank you very much. And we hope and look forward to government to be responsible so that we come back and conclude our negotiation before the end of the 21 days. That's our
Okay,
hope.
so that is the much we have on this discussion segment. We now move to Lagos Network Studio for continuation of the program this morning on ITV.
Many thanks for rejoining on Beautiful Morning on ITV. I am Marcelina Nkwan. Welcome to our Lagos Network Studio. And of course, Dr. Victor Ohai is here with me. We'll do this together. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, our guest this morning that would help us talk on to this topic is Barrister Jide Ologun. He is a lawyer, also a fellow Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. He is also fellow Institute of Leadership Coaching and Strategy, and also the Chief Superintendent of Police. Hello, Barrister Jide, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining.
It's my pleasure.
Okay, so today we're going to be talking about the plenary section yesterday where the Senate tells the federal government to end rehabilitation of repentant terrorists, seek emergency meeting with the president. The Nigerian Senate, during a plenary section yesterday, Tuesday, July 7th, 2026, passed a series of resolutions in response to the worsening security situation across the country. The debates followed a motion sponsored by Senator Abdulaziz Musaya, chairman of the Senate Committee on Army, over the increasingly attack, kidnappings, and killing of serving and retired military personnel. Also, the Senate urged the federal government to stop the rehabilitation and reintegration of repentant Boko Haram members into society. It's called for suspected terrorists and over-violence criminals to be arrested, prosecuted, and punished in accordance with the law rather than rehabilitated. I mean, not these people has committed a crime, they've made family cries, and you telling them, oh, let's rehabilitate them, take them back to the society. It is a whole lot. You're walking on the road, you don't know if this person that is walking beside you is a rehabilitated terrorist. It's sad. I mean, and now the Senate, they are asking for an emergency meeting with the president. Dr. Victor, let's get to hear you before we move to Barrister Jide Ologun.
Yeah, so I worry that everything in Nigeria is, you did it for this one, so you must do my own like that, whether they are related or not. Rehabilitation, when the Niger Delta issue came up, the militants were rehabilitated, and so it's people from the north now are feeling, okay, if we did that for them, we should do the same for us. But we'll be examining all of this today to find out whether there's any basis for comparison,
exactly,
whether it is the same, whether there's a justification for this rehabilitation, what the implication of what the Senate is saying, what government has done already.
All right, Barrister Jide, why has the Senate taken this position against the rehabilitation of repentant terrorists now? I mean, now.
Thank you very much. Because the heat is getting closer to them. They were not so concerned about the security in the land, and they are the custodians of lawmaking in Nigeria. And what the Constitution of Nigeria says in Section 4 is that the National Assembly is mandated to make laws for the peace, orderliness, and good government in Nigeria. And some of us have been speaking to this for over a decade, that the insecurity of one is the insecurity of all. And so you recall when the former Inspector General of Police said that the executive security officers should be withdrawn. You saw the commotion. They were confused because they've been enjoying that super protection. I was in a social function and I met a senator there and we got discussing. And as a researcher and a patriot, I noticed that he had 8 mobile policemen. 8 escorting him.
Trusting.
And we have 109 senators. I don't know how many escorts the others, but at least I saw this. And we have 360 House of Reps members. We have ministers, about 42. We have other political appointees. So how many officers are left to protect the other citizens? You see, and that is why we came to the point where the police even became overwhelmed in managing internal security, because constitutionally, the military has no business with internal security. They are to defend the territorial integrity of the, for waking up now to realize that you can hardly say anyone is safe. Yeah, and for those who have denied the level of insecurity in Nigeria, I also congratulate them that right now you can hardly deny again. I have not recovered from the shock of the demise of late Major General Rabi Mohammed,
yeah.
retired, because we worked together in the Institute of Public Relations. In fact, I facilitated in one of the tradings in the military facility and things like that. Imagine a retired Major General, just to isolate his own case, kidnapped. I was going for an event with the wife, and he died just like that. You know, and till now, I have not read that any of those kidnappers have been arrested.
That's really sad.
You see, so and that is, and I'm sure that our lawmakers are human beings. They also would have sat back. And I don't want to be mentioning other military officers who have been killed. You see, that if military officers are taken out like this, who are we? And I've always been warning, it's only God Almighty that will not leave office. So let's even assume, by virtue of your office, you have about 8 mobile policemen escorting you all around. So when you leave office, so how are you going to cope? You see, and we have come to the point where these bandits and kidnappers are into business. Between 2023 and 2024, reportedly by the National Bureau of Statistics, the ransom paid in Nigeria was 2.2 trillion naira or thereabout. Revenue from kidnapping, even higher than the budget of security for that window of our national life. So it has become a big business, asking for billions, asking for this. And some have even said that some people in government may be involved, because that money also goes around. You collect, they take it to the bush, you get your own portion. Recently, an aide to the governor in Katsina State was caught as having a link with bandits. In Niger State, a police officer committed suicide. Why? Because he was in charge of the armory, and he started giving ammunition to these bandits. And when there was time to audit him, he shot himself. So, you know, look at how the Brigadier General was killed. He had escaped, and in trying to reach out for rescue, he was betrayed by the others and killed him. So these are issues. But the Chinese have a saying that the best time to have planted a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is now. And whether you can have repentant, rehabilitated terrorists is a different traumatic argument. Even those who are in rehabilitation, the success rate, and I'm talking of sustainability, the success rate sustainably is just about 4%, even for drug, because somewhere along the line something snaps, and we have read how a repentant terrorist killed his parents. I read one recently, killed a cleric, abducted, because they've chosen a new way of life. That's what you call conditioning in industrial psychology. They have been reconditioned to a new way of life. So it will be difficult. And except the government comes to the point where you are decisive to say you don't want crime anymore, you know. So that is where we are right now. And I hope that we can sustain the heat, because as we speak, focus is on the bandits, but not on the sponsors. Even though recently the United States of America disclosed some business entities in Nigeria and individuals moving money for ISIS. And that is because Donald Trump, right from America, is fighting terrorism far as fight terrorism. And that's why he came into Nigeria to take the second in command of ISIS in Africa, or about al-Manuki, and about 200 terrorists. And that ISIS globally right now, because he has really, but he has withdrawn his troops and his deep interest, leaving it to us. So how well are we going to manage it?
Okay, so since we're talking about rehabilitation, what was the basis for when you decided to rehabilitate this criminals? Because obviously that's what they are. You know, what was in the first place for or justification for rehabilitating them? What was the from? Is there any precedence anywhere? Why do you think they're doing it?
You know, reportedly, with some top security advisors in the country saying that these people are our brothers. So if your brother is, are you going to? So some have strong bias for terrorism. At the time that the government was pretending they didn't know where these guys were, Sheikh Gumi went into their camp, took photographs with them, sophisticated weapons. As Lieutenant of Police, if you look at the Firearms Act, is the president that has the prerogative to issue license for AK-47. You can delegate it. So with guys, the license AK-47. They have, at the time, sir, if you recall, the president's leadership of Nigeria, these guys shot down the fighter jet. What have they not done? Sophisticated weapons. They recently did a base, slaughtered out 7 soldiers. So there must be a support. There must be. And when Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan was the president of Nigeria, he came out boldly that Boko Haram, that they were in it. You see, the American government tried to fly security minister in Nigeria right now. I don't want to mention his name. You see? He's still there.
There's only one in security. As a minister.
You know, all these things. That it, the US also put at the federal minister Pantami as bias for hardline whatever. At the time, to identify 6 sponsors of Boko Haram, apprehended them, prosecuted and convicted them, you know, and gave, you know, assistance to Nigeria in terms of sharing intelligence. What have we done? At Chief Lamed, as the friends that came out to Syria, has identified about 400 sources of Haram. So if you have Nigeria, with the federal capital beside, so we will now have 400 sponsors of Boko Haram. So sponsors per state.
Okay, let me this. Because the issue of precedence, what do you call it now? The Niger Delta. Because many of them would directly or indirectly want to say that that's a precedent that there was rehabilitation for that. Would say the same, is there any basis for and any justification for wanting to rehabilitate them based on what the narrative?
Absolutely. You know, when Boko Haram started, it was presented as an insurgency. What is an insurgency? Fighting for a cause. So they are called Western nation is corruption, should be forbidden. and Islamization. They were clear about it. Case of the it was about resource benefits that come. The rich in this country is dominating our region. We are not benefiting. We disrupt activities until we get the requisite attention of the government.
Justifiably or otherwise?
Whatever the case may be. So on the scale of budget, the purpose is clear.
Okay.
Now, the president then, who is for a short while, thought it wise to say, okay, dialogue with these people, let's rehabilitate. I think to large, maybe to an extent, it worked. But then, in 2013, and I'm speaking from this now, former President Muhammadu Buhari, as a candidate, said that clamp down on Boko Haram is injustice to the North, making reference to how the Niger Delta Avengers were handled. But there are two different scenarios. While some see engaging infrastructure nation, even though they were casual, I'm not justifying. These people are busy slaughtering, killing farmers, bombing, like that, And so, and you need to look at the extent to which those interventions can go. And that is where we are now. From Boko Haram, we might to Islamic State of West Africa. And now Al-Qaeda is involved, ICE is involved, and different terrorism groups. So, can say they are expressions of satisfaction. But for what purpose? For what purpose? And this one is clear now. We are talking of the biggest problem they have now is the hunger that has not even started. From World Bank, the warnings and things like, why? Time about 45 farmers were slaughtered in Borno State. Recently, I think in Katsina or Zamfara, where this so-called repentant Boko Haram or whatever asked for a peace meeting. And when people did the peace meeting, repentance disappeared. They dealt with them. You see, so it's now people are shedding about that again on this side. Some have said that some elder statements that should be commented in decisive manners as against this banditry and everything. Kept quiet. You see, so several reports, but the low down is whether it is an insurgency or terrorism or whatever. Section 14, subsection 2 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended says that the state security and the welfare of the citizens shall be the primary purpose of government. And that is why we have a government. That's why we have a government, and the government must rise up to the occasion. But now, whether there are political limitations and hindrances to prevent the government from going headlong against terrorism is another discussion entirely.
And now, you made mention that the primary responsibility of the government is insecurity, food, and all of that. And you would agree with me that, we are Nigerians, with what has been happening, it has, instead of it being their primary, responsibilities, because there are lots of speculations, people saying, oh, the government are supposed to be doing this, but they are looking forward to the forthcoming 2027 election. Not putting the primaries, responsibilities ahead of the forthcoming 2027 election. And also earlier you made mention that most of these governments, they might be benefiting from this insecurity. individuals benefiting from all this insecurity and all of that. That is why it has not stopped. Because Godswill Akpabio made a statement a few months back where he said, oh, we should watch and see that this all insecurity thing happening, that they are just trying to use it to punish the president. That we should see after election would the whole insecurity issue would, reduce and all of that. And it got me thinking, and a lot of Nigerians thinking, is it because they are benefiting from it? Is it that if the government decide today to end insecurity, they would end it, and they are not ending it?
I have heard people say that Abacha said that any insurgents, let's use that expression, that goes beyond 48 hours, that the government is involved. I would rather, if a man shows you his true colors, believe him. Don't doubt him at all. And I totally agree with that. I've said it here. How can a government claim to have identified 400 sponsors of terrorism? I mean, that should frighten any government to say we are not going to allow this. And on rising insecurity, yes, the present government also. Recall that APC came together in 2013, and CPC, ACN, the PDP and ANPP, with a purpose of driving an opposition force that resulted in Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan leaving office. But recall also that in 2011, after the election, the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, he threatened that if he lost 20th election, he would be and baboons in blood. Remember also that a top politician confirmed that they brought in bandits, Sahel region, to Nigeria for the 2015 election. You see, so politicians, and some of them are not denying it. It's now for the government to decide whether to succeed in the primary purpose of government or to pursue their own primary purpose, which is political ambition. You see, but I have said that good governance is the expected result of politicking. But can we claim that that has been delivered upon? So no party can claim not to know that insecurity is a political weapon. So you feel that is why you cannot come out and say it's opposition. Yes. So you don't expect opposition to make things tight for you. In Nehemiah chapter 4, Nehemiah came back to rebuild the wall of Jerusalem. He didn't just pray and fast. He armed people to ensure. In fact, I tell young ones, a man was advising his son, son, come here, that in life you hear that there are some wicked people who don't want you to succeed. And the son said yes. And the father added, it's not only wicked people, though. Even success does not want you to succeed. And that is why you must be strategic, you must be tactful, you must be on the edge of your wisdom. If success wants everybody to succeed, everyone will be billionaires now. I mean, so everyone, no, life doesn't run that way. And if you are coming from opposition, you should understand how opposition runs. And now you have been given the paraphernalia of office to deal with those who don't want you to succeed. Okay, so what happened eventually that El-Rufai got apprehended and he's still with the government? Is it not the government machinery? So these are issues of our time. And my expectation and my highest wish is that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is now our President and Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces, will succeed in office by entrenching good governance. I always support my leaders. I mean, I love my leaders. And that is why we come out to advise. You know, I was reading a trending news now of somebody who collected bribe in China, and he has been sentenced to death.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
Sentenced, I saw him looking like to death. You know, so when we have the legal framework with Section 15, subsection 5 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, says clearly that the government shall abolish corrupt practice and abuse of office. Now some have asked us that, okay, which intelligence was engaged to foil the coup attempt against the president towards the last independence and celebration?
It's also not available to use against.
Which intelligence was used by Nigeria to foil a coup attempt in Benin Republic that is not available? That, okay, maybe because terrorism is affecting the common people, now it's affecting the higher rung of the ladder. You know what I mean? So people ask us questions. We call it perception in public relations. And that is why it's difficult for us when we go educating people and go and register to vote. They just look at us, register to vote. And they tell us things they are seeing. Things they are, many of them say their votes don't count. And did I not see how they were counting during primary election? 1, 2, 300, from 300 to 800, from 800 to 1,700.
I mean, we saw it. we all saw it. So you think, sorry, Dr. Victor. So you think this whole insecurity is being politicized?
Everything in life is politicized. Yes. Everything in life. What is politics, Doctor? Running the affairs of people in any organization or community, or you know, I'm a human resource management practitioner, you know, a member of CIPM by the grace of God. When we talk about office politics, you are not in it, you are gone. It's just that play it credibly. You are, I mean, God says where 2 or 3 are gathered, he is there. Why is he there? Because those 3 people can set the world ablaze. So we are all politicians. If you are interested in the affairs of your environment, you are in it already. You know, so it's not until you now say vote for me. You know, in fact, the powerful politicians don't go for elective offices. They are the godfathers, and they are, some of them you don't even hear their names. That's why IBB came out to say yes, we annulled the freest and fairest and most credible election in Nigeria, Hope 93. But he didn't do it alone. Who were those who ensured he annulled that election? Do you know them? You know, some of them, you know some of them. So they sit down in their sitting rooms, in their palaces and things like that, and make phone calls. No way. And that is why you find the active politician consulting before they go for elections, because they must have the buy-in of the owners of Nigeria in courts.
Okay, let's go back to this issue of rehabilitation. From your background as a lawyer, as a CSP, please, as a public relations practitioner, I want us to look at the mind of these people who we're talking about rehabilitating. And I say so in the light of the fact that when the cause is driven by ideology, it's hard to change. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say.
I do. So,
and we have these people who are not just there because, okay, I just want to go and fight for the sake of it, because of hunger. If it's hunger, if you satisfy them, it might work. So let us look at the mind of these people. Leave government. How do you think these people, when you gather them, you arrest them, and then you say, they're in prison, all of you can come out now. We want to rehabilitate you. How do their minds function? How do you think what will be going on in their minds? And do you think any of those things they do will actually make them, will it strengthen them, or will it make them give up what they're doing, become truly repentant?
You know, okay, let's take it one at a time. When President Muhammadu Buhari, former president, his first major statement, like our president Bola Ahmed Tinubu said subsidy was gone, was that Boko Haram had been technically defeated. He was concise. And I totally agreed with him, because Boko Haram emerged as an ideological concept, a movement. So you need to deal with the ideological aspect. And the former chief of army staff, Buratai, also, I think he also spoke to that. So for these people, they have been indoctrinated. Imagine telling someone that if you die having killed many people, about 7 virgins are waiting for you in heaven.
I wonder what is awaiting the woman. There are many women suicide number. 7 men, 7 huge men that are waiting for them.
You know, so, and that is why, you see, some of us, by the grace of God, I deeply like criminology. For some of them, they believe in this wrong cause that we perceive as wrong as a way of life. They are sold out to it. In fact, right now, we've seen teenagers handling guns, seen the pictures. So for them, it's a way of life. And it gives them fun. We've seen videos. They've been trained and things like that. So rehabilitation is not what you do in even 2 years. With the level there, to slaughter a human being, even if you ask me to slaughter a chicken now, I'd rather pay someone else, and I don't want to be there when you are slaughtering it. Slaughter a human being, we need to, you see, maybe some people are not traumatized by these optics that are presented. So that ideological aspect, how can we handle it? When someone will rise up in the name of being a cleric and make some pronouncements that whoever is not on our lane does not deserve to live. You know, there are several, and these people, I doubt if they are religious in any way. And another impute is that quite a number of them are not even Nigerians. Yes, they are not. They were not. You know, they were not baited. Let me use that expression, with Nigerian water when they were born. They didn't touch the ground in Nigeria. They were imported to do what? To come and terrorize. And that is the life they understand. So now, we say we are rehabilitating them. You bring them out, take them to State House, maybe buy uniform for them. The next season, this man wants to smoke. There is no money to smoke. Like some have been giving him money to smoke. You know what I mean? He already knows how to handle gun, how to handle dagger. And you are saying you have rehabilitated. To what extent? Even our Lord Jesus Christ said, if you chase out demons from anybody, you must fill that life with virtues. Otherwise, the demons will go and reinforce and return. So even the people who are not being rehabilitated, are they provided for? You know what I mean? Are they gainfully employed? Are there opportunities? What is the state of the economy? So you want this person who has been in the circle of his guys, that they support one another, they have blended, you know, and to now be detached,
it's going to be
and
difficult.
now be begging to survive or what? I mean, you know what I mean, sir? So we need a concrete approach. And that is why in fact, El-Rufai at the time said, don't pay these people ransom. Kill them. Because he, at the time, confessed that he went after the Fulanis, maybe outside Nigeria, to pay them not to embark on reprisal attack.
Yeah.
Remember, at a time, the former President Muhammadu Buhari told us that only God can man the border of Niger and Nigeria. When people were complaining about even underage coming in to vote. Remember at a time, sir, that even some ministers in Niger Republic came to campaign with Buhari in Nigeria. And the members of the House of Assembly, they were watching all these things. Because I question the impact of the legislative arm that has not just the lawmaking power, but the oversight functions. You see, so what have we made of the politics of Nigeria? You see, extent that the former president started constructing a railway line to Maradi in Niger. So are we now saying all the railway lines in Nigeria have been completed? So we also need to strike a balance on leadership motive, leadership code, and things like that. That we focus on protecting the fortunes of the nation and enhancing that fortune, like we find it in some other countries of the world. You know, in some countries, they tell you point blank. I was in the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja, and I met one of the ESCO, or the leaders of the diasporans, Nigerian diasporans in Germany, and we're discussing these issues. And told me that in Germany, they are not, have you heard of xenophobia in Germany? They are not saying don't come. Even if you are the toughest criminal, they will just give you 6 months. Within that 6 months, it's either you conform their norms, or you are in prison, or you are back to where you came from.
Yeah.
So that people adjust. If you want to stay in that community, you adjust. I just told us now of someone that collected bribe has been sentenced to death. So will anybody be thinking in China that I want to bribe? Or North Korea? You know, so these are issues, sir. In South Korea, a former president has been jailed.
Yeah, true.
So these are issues. Or if you don't confront it headlong, and there's also what we call reinforcement theory in industrial psychology. So if it's about rehabilitation, then what fear do they have that will prevent them from going into crime? They say, let's go now. Should be now to get government attention. Now. They're not going to kill us now. Maybe they go rehabilitate us. And in the end, they are broke. They can't get guns somewhere. And there are people ready to rent guns out. You see, the crime profile in Nigeria should be disturbing to anybody. And that's why maybe I will applaud the National Assembly for rising up now. Trouble has come.
So now that they want to have a meeting with the president, what concrete outcome should Nigerians now expect from the meeting that the senators plan to have with the president?
The outcome I expect is that the government should not be portrayed as a lame government. And I think that is the impression. Because like we are asking, people are rescued from kidnappers. People are rescued from bandits. And how many of these bandits have we just hear, and they have prosecuted so, and they have jailed them? Look at, in the former tenure, they broke, how many custodial facilities were broken, Kuje and things like that. It should not be said of a country. You know, a country should be seen to be firm in managing their affairs. You know, so because right now it's now bandits that will be sending video from where they are, and we now say that we don't have enough synchronization on our database. You know, I've asked Doctor, maybe you help us to answer, sir, the Tucano jet that former President Muhammadu Buhari bought, where are they?
Actually,
with all the promises. And they were all delivered. America made their money. Where are they now? But I'm glad now that the Chief of Army Staff has come out to say that they will deploy AI and then drones. So let's see how far that can go.
We hope it works.
Yeah, it's working in Burkina Faso. Drones. That guy is dealing with
yeah, actually out of time.
Drones.
Doctor.
Okay.
They're out of time.
Okay. Do we have time for one more question, or just? Okay. In summary, what would be your advice to government on this matter? The Senate has taken a stand. the president is going. What should Nigerians? What? This is an opportunity to end this once and for all, because we'll be agitating. What should be the outcome of the meeting? She's asked that question, but I want a more detailed answer.
The answer will be my wish. My wish is that we can come out and say that during the tenure of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, we were able to decimate insecurity and upscale welfare to the citizens, because that is the primary purpose of government. I want him to excel in office. I wish him the best. And you know what? He has that power. You go on Section 5 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended has vested him with that executive power. He's a very powerful president. So, and if there are people around him that want him to fail, I believe he knows what to do. But I want him to not just succeed, but excel in office. He's a man I admire so much.
All right, thank you so much. You want him to excel in office?
Yes, to excel.
By ending this, obviously.
Okay, thank you so much, Barrister Jide, for your time.
God bless Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigerians. Thank you, Lagos. Thank you, all our viewers, for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on TMI. I am Marcelina Unkwo. Stay with us. Hello, beautiful people. It's another beautiful Wednesday morning. Talk on trending stories on social, of course, to get to hear people's reaction about each story. I am Marcelina. And the story would be talking about ES during the Tinubu unveiled high-tech military plan. And we saw a trending video where the president recognizing the Nigerian military and adopting technology to tackle insecurity. This particular video has been trending on the internet, and of course different people with their different reactions. Let's take a look at the video before we go to the reactions.
This administration is committed to modernizing our army to enhance its capacity to meet contemporary security challenges. We therefore align with the aim of the great minds event management to amplify Nigeria's leadership in defense diplomacy and to enhance our army's capabilities through shared expertise. And we equally share in the company's vision to advance security solutions and to drive economic opportunities. Successive governments to revamp the Defense Industries Corporation of Nigeria, DICON, and the coming on board of the African Land Forces Forum to promote the growth of our defense industries is a welcome development. It is my hope that this strategic partnership will be a great boost to the efforts of DICON to produce high-end combat enablers with bright prospects for job creation and local content development. The partnership could also create avenues for intelligence sharing.
Okay, let's see what the users on X has to say. This user says, graceful. When they weapons, what are they doing about the continuous leakage of information to terrorists? Because with these artillery and continuous secret information leakage, it is all back to square one. Okay, interesting. Let's take a look at another reaction. Blessed says, while repentant Boko Haram still they the military that gave information to the colleagues in the bush. Una never serious for this country. Interesting. Let's take a look at another reaction. This other person, Ben of Abuja, says, I have seen enough to believe most of these machineries may be borrowed to show Nigerians that they are doing something. I won't be surprised if it turns out this way in the future. Okay, another person on X says, Tosin, we don't need those show-offs. Get them sophisticated weapons to fight terrorism. Let the soldiers make videos and say, yes, they have gotten us everything we've asked for. Interesting. That is for that. Is that a person, Dr. Samuel Victor, says modernizing the military is important, but technology alone will not solve insecurity. It must be combined with a strong intelligence gathering, accountability, proper training, welfare for security personnel, and cooperation with local communities. Interesting. That is for that on the story. Okay, during the plenary section yesterday, the Senate, one of the Senate, Senator Abdul, demands end of complete diplomatic relations with South Africa amid xenophobic killings of Nigerians. And this particular video sparks a lot of reactions. Take a look at the video.
What does the government mean by that? Caution like that, like how? Nigerians have been killed left, right, and center. And there has never been any action except to condemn these things by mouth. This xenophobic attack is not done by mouth, it's done physically. You imagine, Mr. President, somebody in his own house, somebody in his own place of business, without no notice, and then mobs begin to chase that man, kill him, burn him. As we are talking today, over 1,200 Nigerians are already being evacuated. And what does the government do? Caution. Caution what? Caution what? You can't keep quiet, Mr. President. Enough is enough. Silence is no longer golden. A so-called giant of Africa. Our citizens have been killed left, right, and center, and all that we do here is caution. Caution my foot.
All right, let's look at what you guys have to say on X. This user says, Joseph, I don't think that is the way to go. We need to do everything possible for the unity of African nations. Path should come. We need a united Africa to achieve greatness. Interesting. Another user says, Syrians repeatedly becoming victims of xenophobic violence. Okay, let's take a look at what this other says. This person says that is what a serious and reasonable man would have done, but us unfortunately seems not bother. Here we are being kidnapped and killed by bandits, and government show less concerns. Talk more of in South Africa. Okay, this other, that is for that. Our last story would be looking at those trending video during the FAC meeting, you know, where the old national anthem was being played, and you know, this has sparked a lot of reactions. People saying, why would they forget, you know, to sing the old national anthem when it has been changed? And it has sparked different reactions on social media. Remember, social media, different people with their different reactions. Take a look at the video before we go to the reactions.
Environmental Health and Safety Committee of the International Legal Practice. He is a member of several union associations, Environmental Law Research Institute, Professor Fabo.
And some persons were saying, was it deliberate or they forgot? Let's take a look at the reactions. This user says, don't fall for it. They just want us to have another thing to talk about again while being distracted from who stole 8.8 trillion naira and how the chief of staff signed the appointment later. We demand answers. Okay, this other user says, Tinubu and his ministers reciting the old anthem at a Federal Executive Council meeting in an is an embarrassing detail. The government changed the anthem and couldn't even get the room inside. Okay, this other user says, it is hard to defend mistakes like this. If leaders expect citizens to take national symbols seriously, they should get them right themselves. Interesting. That is for that, and this is all we've got for you on TMI Socials this beautiful morning. And many thanks to all our esteemed viewers for joining our Lagos Network Studio, our Benin Network Studio, and also our Abuja Network Studio on TMI this morning. Do have a beautiful day ahead of you.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
The new Idiom expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Idiom.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I'm very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Idioms of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dion Bona zima dion Obala zima dion Marawe Mari Esama dion ni mado pon Esama ni mado gbeken Esama e ma dio wa na Esama ma gbeken ne osabo obuyo bitu ne baba no get on maga Not yami magame. Manido gbekene de na ima yafe ima ato. Ima agbo. Oro pa igu budori. Ima ati awogene. O be ti agbo ya no we mi magame. We need just to know me afa.
In this summer in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Idion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for us, for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosaka Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawori Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omarege Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's yet another time for us to talk about issues as they emerge in our country, Nigeria. And today we're going to be talking about the NDC's anti-defection oath that states that any candidate contesting on the platform must have to meet some requirements, mandating the candidate to sign the anti-defection oath, committing to vacate their seats if they defect from the party after winning the election. And the idea is party supremacy, and also to help curb politicians from defecting and dumping the party at will and at their convenience after winning and contesting on the platform, in order to search for other political parties that suits their ambition at will. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
I'm one of those that have doffed my hat for Seriake Dickson since I heard the news. The truth is that he hasn't done anything too new. The law had always respected and expected that the political party's ticket belongs to the political party. It doesn't belong to an individual. You win election on the basis of a political contest. And that's why you find that in the ballot papers, there are no individual pictures. It is the logo of the political party. It's the political party that owns the ticket. Now, because our laws were not respected, especially since oftentimes it is the party in power that is most guilty of this kind of infractions, people took advantage of that to begin to behave as they like. And then the situation has gotten to a point where we needed someone of courage like Dickson, who has courageously taken the bulls by the horns. Because why would people come into a political party and then after party members have invested confidence in you, that you are going to raise the profile of their party and that you are going to help their party to become a sustainable party? Because if party wins an election, that party has the chances of winning again. And with continual winning, you are dealing with sustainability. Parties are supposed to be institutions. They are not just supposed to be platforms or, where you have the kind of waka pass attitude that you have in the media, in the movies. Party is an institution, and continuity is important. It is continuity that has helped Americans to establish their democracy to a point where you now have people who will tell you that they are born Democrats and the other ones will say they are born Republicans. It is only by sustainability that you begin to develop ideology. Ideology evolves from sustainability. What you continue to practice, if for instance a political party continues to practice free education, housing scheme, and so on and so forth, that becomes part of its ideology. So we have had a free-for-all fight, everybody doing as he likes, until Dixon stepped in now. So I'm one of those who supports it. If you come to the question of the exemptions, if you look at the statistics of party defection, there are certain people that are very hard for them to leave their party and defect to other parties because they have attained the position, like the president, the vice president, and so on and so forth, where they are now so big in that party that they just consider themselves leaders and elders that shouldn't be running up and down. The defection is mostly among young aspiring, politicians, and then some in the party who are building influence and they feel that they have enough influence to move some people away. And it just becomes, it is not on the basis of ideology, just because it's on the basis of either ego, or on the basis of the fact that you want things to go your way, just your way, and then the party thinks otherwise. So I think it's a very welcome development, and I support it wholeheartedly. It is not going to be a political setback in the long run. In fact, in the short and long term, it is a blessing to political parties. I mean, if Peter Obi, for instance, had done the same thing when he was in Labour Party, he would be contesting right now under Labour Party and not under NDC. Now, one of the pushback against Peter Obi is that within a period of about 5 years, he's been to about 3 or more parties. So if he had remained in Labour Party and built it up into an institution, he and his Obedient movement would not be itinerant politicians today, which APC refer to as nomadic politicians. That is not by any stretch of imagination a better option than if you remain in one place and you build it into an institution. So what Seriaki is pushing is that you have to build political parties into institutions. They call it movement, and then maybe they probably interpret it literally that you have to keep moving. When you say it's a movement, you simply mean it's a particular organ that at that moment is driving an ideology. The moment you now achieve power, you establish that ideology and build it into a sustainable institution. So that's what Seriaki is pushing, and that's what I think is the best thing that has happened to our political parties and political environment for a long time. I'm going to push and advise and insist that our party, the ADC, would have to come up with that kind, because I would ask ADC to push so that it will affect the other political parties to also have that in their law, because we don't want many people rushing into the ADC. We want those who were there, who struggled to win the elections, to also be the one that would establish, because they believe in the ideology of the ADC. That's why they are there. Therefore, they should be able to be part of those who will drive ADC into becoming a real sustainable institution. And in any case, we started that, those strategically, by coming out with a manifesto that will guide all our candidates. We have one manifesto for the ADC, and it's national.
It's a welcome development. That is a measure for internal discipline. The political parties in Nigeria should enforce that internal discipline to curtail the excesses of our politicians who tend to decamp from one political party to another when the parties do no longer favor their interests, most especially when they won election in that particular political party. There are explicit law and a very definitive court judgment to that effect that, taking cognizance of section 68 article G of the Nigeria Constitution, say that a political and a politician shall cease to be a member of assembly when it defects from a political party that sponsors that election. What that simply means, every politician that wins election under a political party does not have the legal right to defect from that political party to another, except on the occasion that there is a national division in such political party that render the leadership of that party incapacitated to manage that political party. That is only a situation or time it is provided for politicians to defect from one political party to another. But what we see in Nigeria, taking locus classicus, the senator representing Edo South, Senator Neda Imasuen, who won the senatorial position at the level of the Labour Party. At the time, it could understood at the time that the Labour Party had kind of a division in the party. He defected to APC, and in this instance, he could not secure the second tenure ticket. So, in my own opinion, every political party should enforce that internal discipline, and any politician, any party member who wins election under their platform and tend to decamp with that seat or that position, the party should do everything legally possible to ensure that that seat or that position is stripped of such persons. That is the provision of the law, except otherwise, like I stated earlier, that there is a division in that political party and the party can no longer manage the affairs of that political party. That is the only time defection is allowed, because the provisions of the Nigeria Electoral Act does not provide for an individual candidature. It is a political party that sponsors election. A member or a candidate contests through a political party. So I cannot win election in party A. Tomorrow I defer to party B when there is no crisis in my political party. The law has coherently and explicitly states that at such circumstances I will vacate or fulfill that position that I won under my political party. So that is the position of the law. So it's a welcome development, and I want to appreciate such measures to sound that a warning to those that are defecting now, because the reason majority of the politicians are defecting is not because they want to serve Nigerians. It is because they see it as a new platform they can use to cling to power. And having cling to power, if that political party does no longer suit them or please them, they move out. So that political party should ensure that it is a very stringent measure to ensure that when they win, they don't decamp with that position. And I also urge our political party to do the same. And in the provisions of our laws, there is no exemption to whether some political party or positions should be kind of alleviated or exempted from that disciplinary measures. The law did not say the president have the powers, or the president or the vice president of a country can decamp from his political party to another party because he's the president or vice president. No. There's an equilibrium for all Nigerians. This equal rights. The same rights are applicable to every member of a political party. It's also applicable to the president, to the governor, and everybody. So there is no exemption. Perhaps the political party want to use it to place their presidential candidate, but the law did not exempt any individual or any position from that decamping or enforcing that law that affect defection. So if a political party comes up with measures to enforce discipline, they are turning around to also give an exemption. To me, they are not ready to enforce that law, and it's going to cause more problem, except they have their own internal rules that tend to support that. But with the provisions of Nigeria Constitution, the Electoral Act, and the Supreme Court judgment on this matter, there is no exemption. So I advise NDC, if they want to enforce that discipline, they should enforce it across board without kind of trying to give some persons a special preference, or without inequality. There should be equality and there should be equilibrium, because equal rights across board.
It's funny and it's laughable. First and foremost, it won't work because the Constitution preaches freedom of association, and in one breath you are preaching taking an oath not to leave the party. It won't work. Is it a secret court? It's not a secret court. On the same breath, they are exempting some persons. The presidential, vice presidential candidates are not affected. that alone, spoils the whole thing. So it won't work. It not with our politicians. Trust me. Even in the NDC, it won't work. It must have to pass through constitutional process. If it passes through constitutional process and it is embedded in the constitution, that's the only reason it will work. And if they do that, yes, this jumping here and there in the name of getting party tickets. Our political parties, they don't drive on ideologies anymore. They just want to find a party that they can grab ticket from and contest election and win election and do whatever they like. So no ideology. All the parties, there is no ideology, because everybody in all the parties, they are neither in PDP, APC. They are all one and the same. So if it's done, if it passes through constitutional process, whereby that okay, if I get into this party, it is for life. The constitution has held me there for life. It will be fine. It will work. By so doing, there will be ideologies. There will be discipline. There won't be this rowdy going here and there. That's the only reason it can work. But as it is, trust me, it will not work.
You cannot be working in John Oates and receive salary at the 11th. But however, the party have to strengthen their internal democracy very well. So you cannot say because candidates have sworn an oath of anti-defection, they will be maltreated and treated anyhow. In fact, internal party democracy should be strengthened, and the manifesto of the party should be strengthened. A situation whereby you now depend on candidates who are now elected to run the party. That's not how it's done. Political party, all members are supposed to be financial members. That way, nobody will have a say, over the control of party affairs. What normally happens when the burden is now too much on the office holder, you find out that you'll not be looking for shelter elsewhere. And of course, it's clear in the Constitution of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, that if there is serious trouble within the party, particular member is permitted to leave for another political party. But however, looking at what happened in 2023, where a lot of persons came under the platform of the Labour Party, and at the end of the day, before we even got to the primaries in 2027, they've all defected to the ruling political party. So this anti-defection oath is meant to keep people within their party. If people elected you, because if you look at the ballot paper, names of candidates are not written on it. It is the party logo that is there. It is the party's name that is there. So therefore, it is the party that contests for any election. So if you are leaving a particular political party, having won election on the platform of that political party, then you should also relinquish your position and go and contest freshly in that party.
Every person who contests on their platform and wins an office will swear to an oath that they will not cross carpets. It's a novel idea, but we are looking at it vis-a-vis the Constitution. What does the Constitution say about freedom of association and peaceful assembly? If someone believes that he's no longer comfortable in a particular political party, can he not leave that party? It's a germane issue. Ordinarily, I think the mischief the Nigerian Democratic Congress is trying to cure is very important, because we see politicians cross carpet at will. But I believe that the superior courts need to pronounce on this before it becomes binding, or the National Assembly really make a law. But we see that that National Assembly is not very willing to make such laws, because they are the principal culprits in this saga. But I think that right now, that policy may not really work, because it is contradicting the Constitution, which speaks in section 40 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which says that everyone has right to peaceful assembly and peaceful association, right to association. And so it's a new development, and I hope the superior courts will eventually pronounce on it. They just seem to have shown that they are weak just like the National Assembly did, which exempted governors and presidents from that law that says they should not defect. I think that Nigerian Democratic Congress has shown that they are weak and that they are not serious with this. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you say the other political offices should not defect, then why do you not hold the gubernatorial offices and the presidential offices accountable to that? I think that they have not been fair, and I don't think this will hold water.
Majority of the opinions of our respondents centered on the fact that political parties is not an individual thing, and during election you don't get to see individual pictures being put on the ballot paper, but rather it is the party logo that it's being used during election and it's seen on ballot paper. So for that reason, any individual that decides to dump a political party after winning under that platform must be ready to vacate the seats if they defect to other political party. That is the opinions and thoughts of most of our respondents. And then again, they considered it a welcome development in order to curb this idea of politicians defecting at will, especially when elections are around the corner. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, saying to you many thanks for watching and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Ojode Atwaje, Abẹ́ẹ̀dọ́pẹ́. Ayabatoge, Abẹ́ẹ̀dọ́pẹ́. Adaye Atwaje, Abẹ́ẹ̀dọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the headlines, reps divided over calls to summon President Tinubu over fake agency insecurity. Senate rejects motion to investigate budgetary allocation to fake agency. Edo State government demolishes structures under high tension line. Edo Security Corps arrests 3 over murder of young lady. Plus, Nigerian Army conduct exercise of Diana Ibak for students. Good evening and a warm welcome indeed to the news on Independent Television with me, Organic Victor, presenting from Abuja Broadcast Studio. My colleague at Benin Broadcast Studio is Anu Rabo Stevens. Hello, Anu, and a warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much, Victor. Good evening.
Good evening. And then in Lagos, we have Miss Lina Unkwol, another beautiful lady joining me on the presentation. Hi, Lina, and thank you for joining me.
Beautiful evening to you, Victor, and good to see you on the screen tonight.
good to see you too, Lena. And don't forget, you can watch ITV live online at www.live.itvradio.com. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Facebook is at ITV Radio, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. We start off the news from the National Assembly, where we hear that there was a drama on the floor of the House of Representatives on Wednesday as lawmakers were sharply divided over a motion seeking to summon President Bola Tinubu over an alleged fake agency linked to the presidency, unpaid federal contractors, and worsening insecurity. You sincerely report that Honorable Yusuf Gagdi Adamu from Plateau State and Honorable Mascot Ukweche in separate motions of urgent national importance called for thorough investigations into the issues causing concern across the country.
Proceedings became heated during plenary as two lawmakers presented motions of urgent national importance. Honorable Yusuf Gagdi Adamu from Plateau State drew attention to the alleged fake agency linked to the presidency and called for a thorough investigation, while Honorable Mascot Ukweche from Abia State raised concerns over protest by federal contractors and the FCT over unpaid contract fees and the worsening insecurity across the country.
Mr. Speaker, aware that the entity rely on document purporting to be an enactment codified as Chapter N2117, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, whereas the record of the National Assembly disclosed no bill for the establishment of any such council.
Today we all remember that security agencies are not being funded. Our people are kidnapped every day. Heads are being chopped off on national television. We want to...
However, Honorable Mascot's call for the House to summon President Bola Ahmed Tinubu triggered a rowdy session.
Invite the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to this very hallowed chamber to come and explain to the Nigerian people and also to the Parliament on how...
what we are saying is not contained in...
Because of contractors. I saw moves, Mr. Speaker.
Sit down.
Yes.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Honorable colleagues. Sit down. Honorable, what we saw today is a complete direction of our tradition and practice. What Honorable Mascot read was a complete deviation from the motion that he gave me.
Mr. Speaker, how do we now put that in the motion that is already before you?
The House resolved to refer the matter to an ad hoc committee yet to be constituted. From the House of Representatives, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
Talking, the Senate on Wednesday rejected a motion seeking to investigate its alleged involvement in the budgetary appropriation for the purported presidential foreign intervention and promotion council. Senate correspondent Charity Tanko was there and now completes the story.
For days, the media have been awash with the reports of a fake presidential foreign intervention and promotion agency established by one Prince Adeni. The agency, which the presidency denied its existence, has a budgetary allocation of over 1 billion naira in the 2026 Appropriation Act. To this end, Senator Smaila Kawu, representing Kano South Senatorial District, is calling on the Senate to investigate the matter. According to Kawu, the matter, if left uninvestigated, will cast a shadow of doubt on the budgetary process of the National Assembly.
Concerns that inclusion of purported non-existent or unauthorized entity in the national budget undermines the credibility of the appropriation process, expose weaknesses in international budgetary scrutiny, erode public confidence in the National Assembly, and subject the federal government to avoidable domestic and international criticism regarding transparency, accountability, and fiscal governance.
However, the Deputy Senate President, Jibrin Barrow, who presided over plenary, notes that since the ICPC is currently handling the matter, the Senate will have to wait for the outcome of the investigation before taking any action.
you could have brought it to the Rules and Business Committee to be listed as a substantive motion. But as I said earlier, the presidency has taken up this matter by directing that the ICPC should investigate fully.
Meanwhile, the Senate spokesperson, Senator Adaramodu, had earlier issued a statement saying the Senate has not received any petition on the matter. From the National Assembly, Charity Tanko, ITV News.
And from that to some education discourse in a major boost to learning infrastructure across the country, the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, has handed over 1,452 hostel items recovered from a cybercrime operation to the Federal Ministry of Education for distribution to schools nationwide. Education correspondent Comfort Idoko reports that the recovery made during the Commission's largest cybercrime operation involving the education sector is part of the federal government policy on converting proceeds of crime into investment that directly benefit Nigerians, especially students.
Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Ola Olukayode, formally hands over 1,452 hostel items to the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, in Abuja. The items include 501 double-step bunk beds, 939 mattresses, and 12 wooden beds with mattresses. They were recovered during the Commission's largest cybercrime operation involving the education sector, which led to the arrest of 792 suspects, including 193 foreign nationals. Olukayode says the handover reflects the federal government's commitment to deploying proceeds of crimes to critical sectors, noting that education remains a priority because young people are among the biggest victims of corruption and crimes.
This guiding lead to alternative self-progression for our youth, in addition to improving the infrastructure and the facilities in our secondary and tertiary institutions. The Commission will continue to work diligently to recover the process of crime and ensure that such recoveries are judiciously, transparently, accountably, and effectively deployed for the benefit of all Nigerians.
Receiving the items on behalf of the federal government, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, commends the EFCC for the recovery and assures that the hostel facilities will be distributed to areas of greatest need, particularly unity schools across the country.
On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Education, I express my profound gratitude to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission for this important contribution and reaffirm a commitment to supporting all the initiatives that promote educational advancement and national progress. Thank you. God bless EFCC. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
From Abuja, Comfort Idoko, ITV News.
Let's also bring you more report from our Benin broadcast studio.
Many thanks, Victor. Here in Edo State, where the Edo State government has commenced the demolition of illegal structures and caravans built under the 132 kV high-tension power line at Ego Market, Benin City, following a recent sudden fire outbreak on the overhead line. The demolition exercise focused on illegal structures and stalls located directly under the high-tension power line within the market and its environs. Efosa Wangwe has more.
A few weeks ago, fire erupted on the high-tension area at Ego Market, Aziz, causing panic among residents and traders. It is against this backdrop that the Edo State government decided to evacuate people from the area to help safeguard their lives before the demolition exercise. As bulldozers moved in, owners of some stores and onlookers scampered to salvage their goods while the structure were being pulled down. It was a movement of emotions as some owners of stores cried uncontrollably, lamenting that the government did not give them enough time to evacuate their goods and property, while others commended the government for the action.
The government, they alert us. We are actually thinking it was a joke, but everything comes to surprise, as in, it's somehow, but we are sorry, Sha.
a week plus. So the government don't tell the people of Ego Market make the park a month. So they know here, they bring Caterpillar come begin to scatter everywhere for Ego Market. So if they here, it will not be like this.
They say we are trading on that power line, of which is very bad, but we know that. But a lot of people now, their store are damaged, so we don't know what to do. So we just pray that government should come to our rescue.
Feeding questions from newsmen after the exercise, the managing director of Edo State Development and Building Control Agency, Mr. Darlington Igabale, said the traders had been adequately informed before the demolition. He said the affected traders made the job easier for each team, as many had already removed substantial part of their structures before the officials arrived.
Those who are very stubborn, waiting to see until the government Caterpillar rolls in, those are the people who are falling victim to their stores being destroyed. But for goods, I can assure you, no single good was destroyed.
From Benin, Fosa Wangwe, ITV News.
In another development, 3 suspects, Dadi Ali from Taraba State, Gambo Sulaiman from Katsina State, and Nosakaye Avialili from Edo State, have been arrested over the alleged murder of one Hannah, an indigene of Kebbi State. Deputy Corps Commander, Edo State Security Corps, Richard Balogu, said, following the death of Hannah, her boyfriend, identified as Dadi Ali, an indigene of Taraba State, allegedly conspired with 3 of his friends to secretly dispose of her body. Jonah Omorowar tells us more.
The Deputy Corps Commander, Richard Balogun, said the arrest of the suspect followed an intelligence report by officers of Ovia Northeast Operations and Tactical Team that 3 suspects transported the deceased body to an uncompleted building where they buried the body in an apparent attempt to conceal the death and obstruct any investigation into the circumstances surrounding the incident. He said the suspects have been handed over to the Akiadolo Police Division for further investigation to unravel the circumstances that led to the death of Hannah.
The Edo Security Corps will follow up, make statement with the police and work with the police so that we can make the place peaceful for everybody.
The suspects explained the level of their involvement in the crime.
Now my boyfriend.
Now your girlfriend?
Yes.
How many years you and her done there?
Till.
How many years? Or how many months? Which year?
If I pass 5.
Past 5 years. Don't know. You ever know?
For years.
One additional suspect, identified only as Dada, is currently at large, and officers of the Corps are on his trail to apprehend him. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Weeks after Edo State Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Barrister Nusa Adams, assured residents that work was ongoing to address the perennial flooding at SNT Barracks, Isio, on the Benin-Lagos Rail Benin City, the situation appears far from being over as residents continue to express concern over the pace of work at the site. Ofure Aneta has the details.
A visit to the area revealed that flood water covers a large section of the road, forcing motorists to spend hours navigating the filled portion, while commercial activities around the area remain disrupted. Residents attributed the slow pace of work to the contractor's prolonged absence from the site, alleging that engineers rarely visit, pointing out that the contractor had blamed the delay on a faulty excavator.
They don't work. They work for you, they enter barrack. They work for barrack finish. We don't see them again. Now every day water fall, everywhere they full, and they sell market for you. Everywhere they carry market course, and they carry market course. No road to pass, no road with the pass go market, no road customer they pass come. Government not going to pass, so I beg.
All the time, contractor they always they come here, they look the road, but nothing done. This fine road like this, federal road in that matter, nothing done. Okay, this area, water don't carry the whole area. This is a busy area before. Business be they move here before. Because of this erosion, the business no go on again.
Where me they say, see my table for there, and they sell food. Everywhere they full. But now, I know they see one of them again. They go that side where water no day. They go just come, they go cross. Some of them where they say ice cream, they know they come again. No market.
This is the reality motorists face daily on the Benin-Lagos road. With the road gradually paving way, commuters fear it will completely be cut off if urgent repairs are not done.
In a previous interview, the State Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Barrister Nusa Adams, maintained that work was ongoing to permanently address flooding in the area. However, attempts to get a recent update from the Commissioner was unsuccessful as he was said to be out of town for other official engagements. From Benin, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
You're on to the news on Independent Television. We also have Messelina Unko at Lagos Broadcast Studio waiting to talk to us about what's happening at her end. Lina, it's up to you.
Many thanks, Victor, and welcome to our Lagos Network Studio. The Nigerian Army College of Logistics and Management, under the leadership of the Commandant, Major General Adewale Collins Adetoba, has conducted a combined final exercise, Udiana Ubok, meaning Joint Operation in Calabar language for students of Logistics Staff Course 23 and Junior Leadership and Staff Officer Course 5 of 2026. The exercise was aimed at enhancing students' in-depth understanding and a one-week intensive training, covering the replicating and actual 4 phases of war from Monday 6th to Friday 10th July 2026 at NACOM, Ojo 81 Division of Nigerian Army Training Area, Agility, Ogun State. The special guest of honor and commander, 9th Brigadier Nigeria Army Brigadier General Ayokunle Olawale Owolabi, commended the student officers' efforts for a well-delivered and professional way of setting up the maps. Lagos State House of Assembly on Wednesday during plenary debated a motion reaffirming its unwavering support for the established fleet. The Assembly employed the 36th State House of Assembly to expedite consideration and approval of the Constitution Alteration Bill. Speakers of the House, Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa, who presided over plenary, expressed appreciation to President Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, the National Assembly and all stakeholders for substantial advancements achieved in the realization of state police. He described the initiative as the most practical solution to Nigerians' ongoing security challenges, which encompasses kidnapping, banditry, and other forms of crimes.
Many thanks indeed, Messi Lina. We are taking a short break. When we return, there will be more stories. Please don't go away.
Welcome back. Edo State government is advancing its clean energy agenda with plans to introduce electricity tricycles through a partnership with Moseri Holding, a USA-based company, and the Forever Group in China through JBV to produce electricity tricycles for affordable and sustainable transportation for residents as part of efforts to align with Nigeria's 2060 net zero emissions target. The initiative, which complements the state government's recent acquisition of 50 CNG buses, is expected to strengthen the PH Heart program and promote sustainable transportation. Donlad Emir reports.
Transportation has taken a new dimension in the Edo State government's PHAT program, powering health, education, agriculture, rural electrification, and transportation as the state expands access to cleaner and more affordable mobility for residents. Building on the recent acquisition of 50 CNG buses, the state is partnering with Monsori Holding, a USA-based company, and the Forever Group in China through JBV to produce electric tricycles. During an assessment visit to the company's manufacturing facility in China, Edo State Commissioner for Power, Barrister Paul Usembo, said the project reflects the government's commitment to modern, environmentally friendly transportation while supporting Nigeria's target of achieving net zero emissions by 2060.
In line with Nigeria's commitment for net zero emission 2060, the administration of the Edo State government have taken frantic steps to partner with JBV China Manufacturing Tricycle Company, and will be producing tricycles e-mobility for our state.
Barrister Usembo explained that the project is expected to reduce transportation costs, promote environmental stability, and improve urban mobility across Edo State.
His Excellency, who has taken the first phase of supplies of the CNG buses, which are 15 in number, has taken another step through the Ministry of Power to engage commitment with JB Manufacturing Tricycle Electric tricycles for supply in Edo State.
Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
His Royal Highness Engineer Michael Sado, the Ukwo-Okpilagbe of Okpila, in company of family members, associates and friends, rolled out the drums during the celebration of Okpila Day. Edo North Bureau Chief Macdona Urokar reports that the celebration showcased the rich cultural heritage of Okpila people.
It was a moment of praise and worship at St. Patrick Catholic Church of Okpila, Isako, East Local Government Area, Edo State, as His Royal Highness Engineer Michael Shoronoya Sado, the Okpilagbe of Okpila, accompanied by some chiefs, family members, and associates, danced to the altar to appreciate God during a Thanksgiving service to mark Okpila Day and 1-year anniversary on the throne. Addressing the congregation, Reverend Father Victor Bauer said, "Strange things manifest in one's life that warrants giving thanks to God, as exemplified by His Royal Highness Engineer Michael Sado, the Okpilagbe of Okpila, on his 1-year anniversary on the throne."
Jesus said to each and every one of us, "Come to me, all who labor and are lonely, and I will give you rest."
In his remark, the Okpilagbe of Okpila outlined achievements and effort to address challenges, including plans to take over payment of electricity bill of residents.
I have found my commitment to serving our people with wisdom, fairness, humility, and dedication.
The Ogiaga of the three Ibis, His Royal Highness Alhaji Ali Suri, showered praises on the Okpilagbe of Okpila for the exemplary leadership style. High point of the Okpila Day celebration was the inauguration of the Nigeria Police Area Command Office by the State Commissioner of Police, Mode Agbonika, the Edo State Security Corps Office in Okpila, Okpila Finance Limited, among others.
In the name of God, the Father, the Son, Amen.
The celebration featured the presentation of gift items to the Royal Father and entertainment of guests. From Okpila in Isako, East Local Government Area of Edo North, McDonald Irunokai, ITV News.
Leaders in Ipe community in Ipobalka Local Government Area, Edo State, have appealed to the Oba of Benin and the state government to intervene in the leadership and security challenges affecting the community. Divine Urunwese reports that the leaders said they are being forced to leave the community because of insecurity. The report is presented by Donald Emir.
At a press conference, the community leaders said their lives are in danger and decided to share their concerns about the situation in the area. The leaders, Omo Ojonwe in waiting, Isaac Omosigo, Vincent Okoro, third in command, Alele Alex, the Okagile, and Lucky, fourth in command, gave their similar accounts of the challenges facing the community. According to them, one Michael Agbolao and his supporters have allegedly been involved in activities such as alleged kidnapping, illegal sales of community land, and other actions that have disrupted peace in the community. They said they were driven out of the community and are taking refuge in the town because they no longer feel safe. The leaders lamented that court-related activities have contributed to the insecurity in the community.
Mr. Morodion,
agbefo ari egwa no ari odionwe emeka wotero igba vai gwa gina tie na gwa mata ni Michael Mayo.
Alele Alex, the Okarele of Ikpe community. He has performed very well in promoting our image.
Michael Agmolao, he carried thought to the community to chase all the old people away, both the elder and the women and the youth. I bet the Oba Benin and the state government made a come for our rescue.
When they want to enlist the new Ojon way into the troop, he came and overthrew.
Denying the allegations in a telephone interview, Mr. Michael Agbolao described them as frivolous and unfounded. He said they are trying to paint him in bad light. The community leaders say they won't relent until justice is achieved, and Michael prosecuted. Donald Eminyen, ITV News.
We now take a breather. Join us again. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Still on the news, social welfare, industrial harmony in the health sector, and the federal government's approach to rehabilitating repentant terrorists came on the focus as stakeholders examined policies aimed at promoting public welfare, national security, and sustainable development. These issues formed the discourse on the breakfast program this morning on ITV. The report by Zainab Mohammed is presented by Osemudiame Wasage.
From Benin Studio, Edo State Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Development, Honorable Eugenia Abdallah, encouraged vulnerable persons to speak up and seek help whenever necessary, assuring them that government remains committed to providing the support and assistance they need.
We must have those living with men that are living with mental disorder, getting them rehabilitated. But let's talk about the children. The vulnerable children on the streets. We have taken steps to ensure that we get them off the streets.
From Abuja Studio, National Liaison Secretary of NAMDA, Mohammed Askira, examined the 21-day ultimatum issued to federal government by health workers. He urged dialogue to avert industrial action, pointing out that uninterrupted training of medical professionals remains essential to healthcare delivery.
Our aim is for government to come back to the negotiation table so that we finish and conclude the process we have started.
Meanwhile, from Lagos Studio, legal practitioner Barrister Jide Ologun discussed the Senate's call for federal government to discontinue the rehabilitation of repentant terrorists. He argued that the policy could encourage criminality if offenders believe they would be rehabilitated instead of facing appropriate punishment.
We were able to decimate insecurity and upscale welfare to the citizens, because that is the primary purpose of government. I want him to excel in office. I wish him the best. And you know what? He has that power.
ITV News.
In the meantime, over 4 criminal suspects have been arrested by Edo State Security Corps for various offences. The Deputy Corps Commander, Richard Balogun, said the suspect will be made to face the full weight of the law. Jonah Omorwa tells us more.
The Deputy Corps Commander, Richard Balogun, said officers of the Corps from Uzeba on the Kewan Road in Benin City apprehended Isosa Amoyewu, who specializes in vandalizing street light cables.
What I can't do for a hype?
Also apprehended in the Kai community up Saple Road for vandalizing windows was one Ayuna Umoru.
What are you doing in the Kai? I steal. You steal? What did you steal?
Two other suspected vandals were apprehended on the 5th of July along Old Ilushi Road, Esan North East local government area. The suspect was caught vandalizing the rail line.
Your house dead here?
No, touch me.
Who can lose them?
Officers of the Corps are on the trail of one of the suspects who escaped. Meanwhile, one Christopher was rescued around Uku Pipeline Road by officers of the Corps. Speaking on the fate of the suspects, the Deputy Corps Commander Richard Balogun said all suspects have been handed over to the police for further investigation and prosecution.
They were prosecuted. Any case we handed over to police, we follow to logical conclusion. We follow, we make statement, and follow to prescription.
Exhibits recovered from the suspect have been handed over to the police. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
And in Delta State, where two police officers, Inspector Augustine Jeremiah and Corporal Miracle of C Division Asaba Delta Star, have been demoted one rank below for collecting bribe from a motorist at their station using the point-of-sale machine, POS. In a statement issued by Delta State Police Relations Officer, SP Edafe Bright, says the Commissioner of Police, Yemi Oyeniyi, in his findings of the orderly room trial of Inspector Augustine Jeremiah, the Corporal Miracle were captured in a viral video receiving money from a motorist through a POS terminal within the station on the 13th January 2026. CP Oyeniyi reaffirmed that the officers were guilty of disobedience to lawful order, extortion, and discreditable conduct, contrary to the provisions of the Police Act 2020. The Police Commissioner upheld their punishment of reduction in rank, with Inspector Augustine Jeremiah reduced to sergeant, while Corporal Miracle rank reduced to constable. Delta Police Command warned that no officer is authorized to demand or receive money from members of the public under any guise, adding that any officer found culpable will face appropriate disciplinary action. He reiterated that the use of POS and other electronic payment within the police stations and formations is totally prohibited. Now, still on the news, Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Ola Olukoyede, has handed over 1,452 items recovered from the proceeds of crime to the Federal Ministry of Education to support schools across the country. The recovered items comprising 501 double-step bunk beds, 939 mattresses, and 12 wooden beds with mattresses were formally presented to the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, at a ceremony in Abuja. Speaking at the event, Olukoyede said the items were recovered during the Commission's Operation Eagle Flush, a nationwide operation conducted in late 2024 against cybercrime and other related offenses. He described the operation as the largest single operation ever undertaken by the Commission. According to him, the operation led to the arrest of 792 suspects, including 193 foreign nationals, all of whom were investigated, prosecuted, and convicted before the foreign nationals were deported after serving their jail terms. The EFCC chairman, Olukoyede, added that the decision to transfer the recovered items to the Education Ministry was aligned with the federal government's resolve to channel recovered assets into projects that directly benefit Nigerians. He also noted that the handover was not the first intervention from recovered assets directed at the education sector. You're still on to the main news on ITV. We go off on a break. Please join us again. In business news, 700,000 barrels per day East African oil refinery proposed by Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, will be built in Kenya. The vice president in charge of oil and gas at Dangote Industries Limited, Edwin Davakuma, disclosed this, putting a lid on speculation over the location of the mega project. According to Davakuma, the massive refinery, similar to Dangote's Powering Complex in Nigeria, will be based in Lamu, an island off the coast of Kenya. The Nigerian industrialist had previously said he was leaning toward the Kenyan city of Mombasa before making the Lamu announcement. The privately run Dangote refinery is a game changer for Nigeria, which previously had put almost all its petrol despite being a major producer. An entertainment gospel singer, Nathaniel Bassey, has questioned what he described as the mentality of African football teams following Argentina's 3-2 comeback victory over Egypt on Tuesday. The singer comments were not intended to diminish Argentina's performance, adding that he is an admirer of Messi. He, however, expressed concern over what he described as a recurring inability of African teams to hold on to winning positions. Bassey wondered whether the trend was a result of the strength or experience of their opponents. Outside Nigeria, where United States President Donald Trump has said the ceasefire with Iran is over, Trump made the announcement at the North Atlantic Treaty Organization Summit after Iran attacked bases hosting U.S. forces in Kuwait and Bahrain. Trump also said he would speak to his Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who have been leading U.S. negotiations with Iranians, but insisted it was up to Tehran to return to the table. Trump's comments came after Iran said it hit 85 U.S. military bases in Bahrain and Kuwait in retaliation for U.S. attacks on its Hormuzgan province and the port city of Masha. The U.S. said it launched a path of strikes against more than 80 targets after Iranian attacks on 3 ships in the Strait of Hormuz, a vital waterway through which about 20% of the world's traded oil passes. And in sports, Gregor Kobel was Switzerland's penalty hero as he pulled off a stunning shootout save from Colombian's Cacho Henderson to help upset quarterfinal tie against Argentina. The keeper pushed away Henderson's sport kick after center-backs from both sides had earlier missed. Colombians Davidson Sinert rattled the underside of Brar, while former Manchester City defender Manuel Candy skied his spot kick to restore the balance. Kobel's stop from Henderson was impressive before Kendry Eaton and Ruben Vargas scored to add to earlier successful penalties taken by Grancy Chalk and Zerke. Amdern, as Switzerland won the shootout 4-3 in the last 16 tie. Murat Yaki's side have reached the last 8 of the World Cup for the first time since 1954 and will face reigning champions Argentina at Cannon City Stadium on Sunday, 12 July. And that ends the main news on ITV. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuluwakmo Stevens. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, always near Agbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can't do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Oba Tope! Yari,
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Emotan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Emotan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mischief from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. Since our apologies for starting slightly behind schedule. We're trying to make one or two things work to give you at least near a perfect show. But I've heard the phrase, the oil can now flow. Yes, and that is what I've been waiting for, to hear from number one man in the world. We're talking about Donald Trump, the United States of America president, as there is a plan, so to speak, or an agreement being reached right now for a ceasefire. All right, he said a couple of days from now, maybe on the 19th or thereabout, they will sign the agreement. And amongst the terms is that Iran will never ever think about producing nuclear weapon. And after that, talking about $25 billion US dollars, talking about Iranian assets have been frozen, the release to them, part of the deal. And of course, Lebanon also issue was, in the deal. All these and more we'll take a look at on today's installment of International Forum. What does this mean for the Middle East? What does this mean for the world? What does it mean for energy crisis? With me here in the studio, I have a legal practitioner, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Barrister Abayomi Thomas. It's a pleasure having you here in the studio, sir. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to viewers at home.
And sitting very close to him, he's a human rights activist, a political analyst, an entrepreneur also, the chieftain of the APC. Join me to welcome Honorable Etiosa Igebo, also known as Sonny. Hello, Sonny. How you doing this afternoon?
Good afternoon, viewers. I never knew I was a human rights activist. Keep adding more titles every
Your work speaks volumes, Your work speaks volumes.
Thank you.
All right, so let's put the show on the road. Let me start off with Barrister A.B. Thomas. Were you relieved when you heard Donald Trump in his truth account, saying, yes, they've struck a deal? This time, ceasefire will be signed on the 19th of thereabout, that the oil can now flow, as in ships can pass through the Strait of Hormuz unhindered. What do you feel about this situation?
Well, my fingers are still crossed. My fingers are still crossed because American administration under Donald Trump are full of surprises. This is a president who has enjoyed holding meetings with opponents and at the same time planning to strike the opponents when they least expect it. He did it with Venezuela. He did it with Iran last year. He did it February 28th this year, while meetings were going on and people were trying to find solution to the Iranian nuclear problem. So if he says there's a deal right now, well, you can even see the Iranians are not even too enthusiastic about it because they are not sure. But they have agreed that they want to settle. They want to go on with their normal lives. They want the Strait of Hormuz opened. They want everything to go on peacefully as it used to be before Trump came in. But I'll be glad if there is a lasting peace in the Middle East, lasting peace in the Strait of Hormuz, lasting peace in the Gulf. But for now, Trump is full of surprises.
full of surprise. I mean, you're having doubt in this new deal that will be signed on the 19th of June. Anyway, I'll come back to you, Barrister A.B. Thomas, so I can to expatiate on the reasons why you're having doubt. Well, do you have doubt, Honorable?
Well, I don't think I do have any doubts. I just believe that the Islamic Republic has been exporting a lot of negative energy out of Iran because they've made plenty of money with the sales of crude. They've charged tolls through the Strait of Hormuz when they ordinarily shouldn't. They lay ownership and claims to an international waterways. They had their indigenous Persian citizens in Iran hostage many years ago. They overthrew and became the #1 superpower, acclaimed superpower in the Middle East through very nocturnal actions of overthrowing a constitutional monarchy. So, and you can see the brutality in the Islamic Republic, how they go after the people to use assassination attempts, killing and slaughtering of their people to constantly sit on their desire to be free, if you know what I mean. Iran before now was not an Islamic country, it was a Christian country, very open, had good relationship with Israel. The minute it came about, theological, ideological radicalists, they started to export that satanic and evil actions across board, took it to Hezbollah in Lebanon, took it to Hamas in you know, borders with Israel, which is the Hamas in I can't remember.
In Palestine and Gaza, Palestine,
Hamas
yes.
in Gaza, and obviously other the Yemen and Houthi rebels. So when you look at what those people has done over the years, you can agree with me that the methodology and the strategy that Trump has been applied is in two folds. One, to get the result of what he wants to make the world freer, and two, to constantly remind these nonchalant lunatics that they cannot continue to work their way into power by being violent to people who are lesser on a less ideological variations in terms of thinking to them. So for me, I can understand why Trump is playing those games. You know, it's like a stick and carrot approach. I want to speak with you, yes, of course, but if you want to constantly show that desire of being stubborn and that I can have your way through the battle of the gun, from using power to oppress your citizens, just like the Iranians killed over 50,000 of their citizens, forever rising up against the Islamic State. So for me, I don't think it is in my own opinion, to sympathize with the backdrop of what affects the Islamic State. I would really love to see them toppled, while the country can come back to the normal life whereby they can live like the Gulf states, whereby people can express their desire freely, and they are not being told to wear or to do things that are not of this modern world, whereby their hands are tied and that they cannot do what they need to do. So Trump coming on board, for the first time, I actually see a different foreign policy that helps to nip it by the ball, to get rid of an institutionalized, deep-rooted ideology that has created fear across the Gulf and elsewhere in the world.
All right, Professor said you love the game Trump is like, playing, using the carrot and stick. Caprice talked about how would I put it now, evil right now perception of what you have about the Islamic Guard in Iran. Anyway, let's get to it for Barrister A.B. Thomas. You've heard his own views and opinions saying that what Trump did is the right thing, a carrot and stick approach, talking about Iran being a Persian Christian state and all of that. But what is going on right now? Do you think that the Iranians have been twisted, or when I say the regime of the Ayatollahs have been twisted to really agree to this particular deal? Remember, they insisted that having a nuclear armament or possessing a nuclear weapon is their right.
Straight away, I will tell you, having a nuclear weapon is the inalienable right of any sovereign nation. But what you do with it is a different issue. Israel has never agreed before any country in the world that Israel has nuclear weapons. They found an ally in a businessman called Trump, who pretends to be a Christian, and he's not a Christian. Before Trump came into American presidency, we have had people like Obama, we have had Biden. Biden did not see any sense in any invasion of another country, destruction of another country, insisting that you must change the regime of another sovereign country. Imagine somebody telling you you must change the government of Nigeria. Whether we like it or not, Nigeria is a sovereign country, for God's sake. I won't accept any foreign power telling me that, oh, we don't like your government in Nigeria, the Christians are being killed or Muslims are being killed, we want to come and change your government in Nigeria. No, leave it to us. If you look at it right now, Obama and European countries, Obama, that's America, Obama leading European countries, leading America and European countries, collectively had a joint agreement with Iran. Then you came in after Biden. Then you came after Obama. The next thing was to cancel that Western agreement with Iran in your first term. And when you came back on your second term, you completely wiped it off. I mean, are you saying that you, as Trump, you are wiser than all the other Western European countries that agreed with Obama to seek a peaceful way to negotiate with Iran on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons? Are you saying you are wiser than all of them? And if you look deeper, in everywhere you have crisis that concerns oil, we must not look at one man because the man is making noise. I will expand on what I mean by this making noise. We must not say because one man is standing there and making noise because his political party has majority in the Congress and the Senate. Therefore, nobody can stop him. America is not in a democracy right now. It's almost a one-party state. Now, you went ahead, because of oil, you invaded Venezuela, removed the president there, whether you like him or you don't like him. As against international law, you removed the man, arrested him, took him and his wife to New York, your country. Then, you said the next is Iran. At the beginning, he had two objectives. One, to stop Iran from having nuclear weapons. On the prompting of Israel, there must be a regime change. Now tell me, which of these two has he achieved after expending over $600 billion of American money? Today, the inflation rate in America is 4.9%, the highest in the past 5 years. The American taxpayers are paying for it and they are suffering. Then, by extension, all the Gulf states that has been able to manage their relationships with Iran, they are all suffering. Just because of this man, who is a businessman, the only interest he has got. Go back and look at all the delegations he has sent to Abu Dhabi, to Qatar, to Iraq, to Kuwait, to Pakistan. He must have his in-law, Krishna, a businessman. If you extend the visits to Ukraine and Russia, he must have his in-law, who is married to his own daughter, Krishna, in the game. And they have joint businesses, they are pursuing all these countries that he's funding the embers of war. And at the same time, he came into power promising that the era of war is gone. America first. The America first that he told the Americans was not America will first go to war. The American first was that the interest of the Americans to improve the economy of the average American. But now he has dragged America into a war than Joe Biden, than Obama. So what we are saying He is not only dragging the Americans into war. The economy is not only affecting the Americans. The economy is even affecting the entire world, particularly the Gulf states that produces this oil and natural gas. It is affecting other countries in East Asia. They are all now suffering. They are going on economic meltdown just because he will not listen to good advice. As long as Israelis are able to push it, Netanyahu has been there for many years. He tried to push Obama into war. Obama refused. He tried to push George Bush into war. George Bush is a Republican, refused to go to war. He tried to push Biden. Biden refused to go to war. That is why, even after campaigns has ended, he is about going into the second half of the second term.
All right.
He is still talking about politics, about Biden and Obama, all because he has gone into a selfish war that is not benefiting anybody, not even those Americans.
Okay, so I'll come back to Barrister before. Now, you heard in a very series of points. He talked about the president of Donald Trump being a businessman, of course, after the oil in this Gulf state. Talked about Kushner's presence. Talked about also neighboring Gulf countries suffering the impact of this particular oil. Talked about Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, influencing Donald Trump's, decision, or will I say psyche, to wage war against Iran. Do you have anything contrary to what he just opined?
I completely disagree with all the points he's made, with all due respect, because he spoke on about a sovereign nation.
Yeah.
In Nigeria, we have democracy, we have successive presidents in different people. With Iran, you have a supreme leader, a radicalist with a theological idea who believes that he needs to sit there as a supreme leader and rule over people who overthrew their constitutional democracy government many years ago, constitutional monarchy many years ago, and he has no problem with Al-Haman is sitting on that position, exporting terrorists all over the place. That's even affecting us in Nigeria. This Boko Haram business all came from funneling funds and Islamizing people, believing that they want to come and take over their land. He doesn't have a problem with that. I can't understand how, with all due respect, Barrister will sit here and speak on Obama and Biden. Obama came to Africa and never even visited Nigeria. Obama was one of the worst news. To me, he was one of the worst presidents of America. I'm not his fan at all, because you know why? The deal he did with Iran, he gave them so much money. That is why Iran was able to develop these ballistic missiles and long-range missiles and drones that they've used to bomb their so-called neighboring Gulf states, countries that had no problems with Iran. When the U.S. was to go into war with Iran over this issue of nuclear weapon and the production of uranium, the Gulf states was not allowing the U.S. to use their base. That is why they had to bring in those vessels, like the carriers, aircraft carriers. In our two eyes, you sit down and want to defend the undefendable. By the time the war kicked off, what did Iran start to do? They started bombing the same very countries that went against the U.S. going into war with them. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would bomb them with a nuclear weapon. You see what I'm saying? Likewise, in every aspect, there were so many points my big brother here has made. I don't know which world he's living in. Because for me, from what I know, you cannot have a situation whereby, yes, there's a problem between Israel and the Palestinians. I know that the fault will not lie on the Palestinians alone. Israel also has their own fault. But when people are living together and you want to create a two-party state, how do you find a lasting solution? The Israel conflict, which is the Holy Land, has been a problem even before we were born. Finding a lasting solution does not necessarily mean that Palestinians will go and strike people at, holidaying somewhere, adopt so many and kill so many. That led to the flattening and the recent bombings of Gaza, the Gaza Strip. So I understand the mindset of some of these Palestinians, because I've happened to live with them. They will tell you, well, we have enough kids. No matter how many people you kill, we continue to bear more kids and the war will continue. How can you be crying more than the bereaved when you're getting bombs dropping from the skies, and yet you're firing rockets and you want the war to linger on? It's like penny wise, pound foolish. It doesn't make any sense. With this particular war in Iran, I'm convinced beyond reasonable doubt that the Iranians, IRGC, Malaysia, that is ruling the country, should be totally wiped out. I believe without them, the world will be a safer place. It is better to deal with the problem now than to allow these infidels who constantly fire bombs to countries that has no problems with them. They bombed Dubai. Dubai had no problems with them. They bombed Bahrain. They bombed Qatar. These countries never even allowed America to launch their war from there, apart from having a base in that region. They bombed Saudi Arabia. Today, the Gulf state is against the same Iran that my brother here is defending on national TV. So I don't know where I should start from, looking at all the points my brother has made. Biden was pretty much, he was losing it. He never really knew what he wanted. He went to war. They went to war with Bush. They went to war. I remember what happened in Georgia. I remember how they used NATO. You're speaking about NATO and the agreement they had. Trump was almost assassinated by who? The same very people who has laid the bad foundation from the time of amalgamation of these countries. What makes you think that the problem has lingered on and is even spread further without having a source of where these terrorists are funneled, channel resources to? Why would you think that such things will continue to expand and start to create a situation whereby countries, sovereign nations, never have peace? People are getting killed every day. You see what I'm saying? If you look at what Iran has been doing in this region, from the Islamic guys in Palestinians to the ones in Yemen, to the ones in the Houthi rebels, and the ones in the country that Israel is bombing at Beirut and whatnot, Lebanon, you realize that Iran needs to be removed from the equation in order for these people to seek peace. If the Israelis are occupying the land, there are many ways and diplomatic ways you can deal with this.
Is it Iran or the regime?
I mean, the regime itself. When you say Iran, you mean the regime. The regime has never been they've never been good people. They're just the sort of guys that has created funneling and allowing these people to feel that they can bomb you and throw missiles at you, to speak about the issues of land acclimation. How do you achieve an aim when the purpose of achieving those aims is coming back at you? I don't understand that. So my own take on the matter is we can argue back and forth on the issues to do with Trump and the position he has taken. I have never seen an American president so determined to make and create a lasting peace by the way things are established from the foundation like Donald Trump. Trump might have his funny sides. I'm not saying that he's a saint. However, he coming into power now, the sort of things he engaged with, like for example, he tries to solve the problem between Russia and Ukraine. The Russia and Ukraine team was sponsored and supported by NATO. And before you know it, the Ukrainians are getting millions of people getting killed because Russia is way more powerful than them. How do you not justify Trump's effort to find peace within that framework? And the Europeans are telling them don't stop. But don't stop. A comedian is their president, Zelensky. And Russia has really taught them a lesson of why the little brother don't mess with the big brother. Before that, Ukraine was benefiting from Remita, from the Nord Stream pipeline, which created a cheaper energy to Europe. When you go to Europe, England, France, Germany, all these countries, they pay more higher taxes because the European and the NATO as a nation created that war that Trump is trying to stop. Biden was there when the war was created. Bush tried to create the same problem when he wanted to put a missile defense in Georgia, 2008. So when you look at the ideology of the Biden and Bush and Obama's lineage in terms of governance and whatnot, and the way they went to Ukraine, for instance, to create a problem and use a revolution to get rid of the president there because they were pro-Russia, knowing fully well that Ukraine was once a USSR state. When you look at the behavior of those governments and compared to the behavior of Trump, who is anti that idea, you will agree with me that what the world is suffering today was at the idea of the way those governments have dealt with Iran, the sort of powers and money they gave to them, the sort of missiles they built because of the money they had, without proper checks. So go to a point, Iran doesn't want the people that checks for nuclear enrichment to come in.
All right,
so
you just hold on.
Just a minute, just to run up.
We need to go for a break right now. Okay. We'll return, we'll continue this discussion. You see, both gentlemen here in the studio, they're having their wonderful points, marshalling out the points to let you know the reason why they are standing behind their own ideas. Okay, we'll be right back after this break. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, taking a look at the peace deal struck between the U.S. and, of course, Iran that will be signed on the 19th if everything goes according to plan. Remember, if everything goes according to plan. Join us right now from the U.S. is Honorable Ehi Egareba. Honorable, it's a pleasure to have you join us virtually.
We'll say thanks for having me.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's like, can you hear me?
Yeah, very clearly.
All right, I believe you've been watching, been listening thus far. We want to get to hear your views and, of course, your opinions about this particular peace deal. Can the U.S. be trusted? Remember, while they're busy extending the ceasefire deadline, according to what Donald Trump said, they were siphoning oil from Iran.
I believe the United States can be trusted in the sense that for now, no one has really seen the terms of the deal, you know, and though there are several versions available, but going by the words of President Trump, I think the most important ingredient that most people were looking at for are twofold. One is the discontinuation of the Iranian nuclear pursuits. And secondly, we are now going to be looking at the nuclear facilitators, especially the uranium enrichment, which for now has been taken off the table and is going to be discussed within the next 30 days or so. But it is understandable why that was taken off the first deal, because according to reports coming from Donald Trump, most of those uranium were hidden by Iran, you know, deep down in bunkers and all of that. And, you know, remember the first airstrikes against Iran, you know, last year, some of those sites were bombed. And so some of those things have been deep down in areas in the Rocky Mountains in northern Iran. So they are going to need a lot of expertise. They have said to the effect that only Chinese and Americans have that expertise to extract those uranium. Coming back to the peace deal itself, it's a huge relief for the entire world. You know, global economic instability has been the bane since the war started. You know, there's been several countries have been caught up in inflation, and again, some other countries have had very difficult economic times, especially in Africa and all other countries who are not oil producing. Take, for instance, Nigeria. You know, look at the spike in oil prices and petroleum prices, which has caused a lot of pain for Nigerian citizens. We'll only be very happy now that things can begin to return to normal. The Strait of Hormuz is being opened, and we can eventually achieve that global economic stability, which, you know, has eluded most of the world's economy in the last 1 or 2 months. You know, so with that being said, I think we should just keep our fingers crossed and see the details. But one thing is certain, I listened to President Trump speaking to the Emir of Oman at the sidelines of the G7 meeting in Paris today. And he said to the extent that there is a $300 billion reconstruction fee that is being branded around for the reconstruction of Iran post the war. But he said that not a dollar of the U.S. Funds are going to be a part of that. That's perhaps a conclusion or an input that was made by the countries in the Gulf who have probably committed to, you know, putting those funds together, perhaps also over a long period of time, you know, just to ensure that there's stability in that region. So I think, for me, it's really for the entire world. But let me say, yeah, people, strengths have been tested on the battlefield, and everyone by now clearly knows what they are capable of. And one thing is certain, I want to call this a victory for the United States, because if you go to war and you lose your entire leadership or most of it, I think that's a defeat in itself. And if America was able to insist that there should be a stoppage in Iranian nuclear weapon pursuit, and they have agreed to that. I think that's also another point to be called for the Americans. And so I think the whole world is better for it when there's peace in the Middle East. But, you know, I think this also taught everyone a lesson. And I think though the Iranians are saying we are going to continue with our missile capability, they are entitled to, you know, building their military to defend their territorial integrity. However, I think also from the deals that most of the Gulf states have entered with Ukraine, and I heard that from President Trump too, it will appear that there's been rapid production of cheap, you know, missile interceptors as against the very expensive ones that was being used in the past. So I think maybe before the end of this year, Iran will not have that capacity again to, even when they launch missiles, those missiles will be cheaply intercepted, and that will not pose any threat to most of the countries in the region, because I saw most of those signed deals with Ukraine to help them develop.
I will come back to Honorable if time permits. I believe time is going to permit. I will definitely come back to you. But thank you so much. You heard Honorable Ehi Egareva joining us virtually from the U.S. Now, Iranians, well, let's say, the regime do not trust the U.S. And they have good reasons for that. After Donald Trump came out to tell the world that Iranians are not even aware that they are there piping their oil until he said so. You talked about the oil. You talked about Kushner. You talked about the business drive of Donald Trump. Is this all about business for Donald Trump?
I will repeat. Donald Trump is not a statesman. He's a businessman. And if he can come up now to say Iranians were not aware that America was tapping Iranian oil, if this happens in Nigeria here, what will you call such a person that takes your oil without your permission and is now coming up to say, I took your oil while you were sleeping? You are a thief. That's what we'll say here. Ghana will say, oh, they were taking our oil while we were sleeping. Ghana must be a thief. Under international law, we must respect the territorial integrity of any state, whether in terms of war or not. This, don't forget, there's no declared war between the United States and Iran, and between Iran and Israel. There's no declared war. The U.S. Congress or U.S. Senate never granted permission to Trump to go to war. So he sidelined the Senate and the Congress and started his bombing raid. Netanyahu, we can understand. Netanyahu knows very well that he has so many criminal cases waiting for him in Israel to answer. The best thing for him is to continue ad infinitum to be in a war. So he does not approach the magistrate's court to face his criminal charges. Trump, on his own, has the Epstein case files. And this is one of the diversions to avoid the scandal, the Epstein scandal. America was not prepared for this war. The only country that was prepared for this war was Israel. And that is why Israel has refused to obey America by continuing their bombing raids in southern Lebanon. Because Israel's preparation has always been, we want a greater Israel by having Gaza, having Lebanon as part of their buffer zone. So they have a perfect plan for the war, and they went into it. But America has not been prepared. That is why when Trump makes an announcement on his Truth Social, you find that it is different from what other Americans are hearing. There's always a conflict between what Trump announces during this war and what is going on. 2 days ago, I was hearing him say, we're going to sign this deal on Sunday. We're going to sign, but the Iranians knew what they were doing. They said, this agreement, this deal will not be signed on Sunday, but it will be signed some days later. And what has happened now? Today is Tuesday. It has not been signed. It will be signed on Friday. So when you look at the character of people who are making noise, or character of people who are making statements, you look at the other side, And what happens after the statements are made will convince you as to which side is saying the truth. If I tell you this agreement will be signed on Sunday, and my opponent is saying, we will sign agreement too, but it will be Sunday. And at the end of the day, my opponent is saying, has won by saying it will be on Sunday. So what we are saying in effect is this. You went into Venezuela. Your case was not that Venezuela was making nuclear bomb. You have thrown the whole of Cuba into darkness. It is not that Cuba is making bombs or ballistic missiles. You want to seize Grenada from Belgium. Your NATO members are saying, look, Belgium is a member of NATO. You can't do that. You are saying they must do, you will do it. Then you first came into power. The first thing you did was that Canada should apply to become the 51st state of America. Is this how a statesman behaves? Everything is just about how to strike a deal, business deals that will benefit your companies, benefit your son-in-law Krishna. Everything is about a deal.
All right.
One day we should come to you here and tell you, come and do a deal, or it will take this out from you.
All right. I'll come on to you, Barrister, with if time permits. Well, Honorable Achosa, you heard him say it's all about deals, business for Donald Trump. And it's like the Iranians are the ones calling the shot in terms of signing this peace deal. What's your angle?
Bro, like I said before, I don't understand how you speak on being a Christian for somebody like Obama and the Bush and the Joe Biden, who will tell you a male and a male getting married is Christendom, whereby Donald Trump, who's not supposed to be a Christian, will come and tell you it should be a male and a female. I don't know in the kingdom of God what satanic action could be bigger than being a homosexual person, whether a female to female or male to male. I'll give it to Trump. He was the first president of America who went against such very, funny attributes that children that was growing up in this modern day was now finding to be a norm in the society, which you know that God, the Creator, will never be happy with such. I mean, my big brother spoke about the approval to go to war in Iran, with Donald Trump not listening to the Congress, but he forgot that the Bush and the Biden and the Obama never listened to the United Nations. So the American Congress and the United Nations, which one was bigger? Bush and Obama and Biden vetoed the United Nations position on those aspects. So trying to make Trump, I'm not saying he's the best guy in the world, trying to make him look like someone who doesn't understand what he's doing because of my spread in terms of organogram of what I know about his world. Believe me, that guy, Donald Trump, has turned out to be one of the best presidents that ever come out in America. I know that, we are not in America now. I know we speak to people in America. For some people, what Trump came with is bad. He took out Obamacare. Yes, of course, everybody feels and wants relief. In England, in America, in all these Western countries, people still lose their job and live in the subway. A man that has a job or a woman loses a job, he lives in the subway. You cannot do much harm to a country in like European states as much as what happened between Ukraine and Russia. When energy was cheap, the minute Russia and Ukraine fight started and the Nord Stream pipeline was blown up by the same Biden that my brother is defending, the cost of living went up in Europe. That is why you see that many Europeans can't support their families back home in Africa. How much evil can that be? One action in Ukraine, more pains to Africans because they are dependent on the people there. And we are talking about Donald Trump, who is fighting with an Islamic state, a terrorist organization that is killing Americans and killing Nigerians, with the Boko Haram and all these people spending money to buy sophisticated weapons from the fall-off of the war in Libya that was carried out by Obama and his culprits, Hillary Clinton or Condoleezza Rice, I don't know what you call them. They bombed Gaddafi and allowed those NATO weapons to flow into the sub-Saharan Africa. With so many Christians killed and all these people slaughtered in Africa, it was because of the errors of the very regime in the U.S. that my big brother is trying to defend and make Trump look like the bad guy. But I'm not telling you that Donald Trump coming to stop the EB-5 program that they did and said they were taking out NGO jobs to Africa to help Africa grow. The more the NGOs are somewhere, and the Nigerian armies, for example, cannot go to a place, or the other countries in Africa cannot go to a certain area, the NGOs will be there operating. What are they doing? They are stealing our minerals. Why is they paying dollars to those bandits? So when you look at this formation of what is happening in the world, they said in our adage, when you grow up, it is your height where you get tall up to. Your height is where you produce your eyes. When you know what is really happening in this world, you will know that Trump has his errors, Joe Biden and Obama has their errors. But if you want to measure it in the scale of 1 to 10, when Trump error is 2 because he's so outspoken, you look at the quiet ones like Obama and the Biden and the Bush error is like 8 or 9. Because they've actually established a system that has kept Africa perpetually poor, that everybody that speaks about liberation, whether you are speaking about the Iranian behavior and what has happened, if Iran can be bombing other countries that have no problems with them, what would they do with a nuclear bomb?
All right.
They will bomb anybody that they feel is not their friend. So for me, I don't think the world is any safer today, and I believe that whether or not the IRGC were very divided anyway. They had a different Malaysia group who will come up and say one thing. If the US is dropping bombs and they can even get rid of all their anti-aircraft missiles, get rid of their vessels, their ships in the water, they can get rid of their planes, and the Iranians are still talking about winning the war, it's like you're getting confused growing up with your mom kissing a girl.
All right.
So for me, everybody has their opinion. I strongly believe, from what I know, that the position that Trump has taken with fighting wars, yes, there's always interest. It's across board, but he's doing better than the so-called previous governments, whether Obama is a Democrat and Bush is a Republican.
Thank you.
They had the same attributes.
Thank you.
Me, Trump is a better president you can ever wish for.
Now let's go to U.S. where Honorable Ehi Eyariba is standing by. Honorable, you know that this peace deal, ceasefire deal, some are saying it's a fragile deal because of the trust issue. And some are saying for Trump to really sweeten the pie, choose to release the frozen asset, $25 billion to Iran. Do you think that is a bribe on one hand, or it's all about the stick and carrot approach? Honorable, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you very clearly. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, loud and clear. Please respond to the question.
Okay, before I come to that question, I would like to respond to our...
Yeah, the $25 billion asset given to Iran to gain access to. Is it a bribe for the Iranians to accept this ceasefire deal, applying the stick and carrot approach? That's the question.
Well, it's their money in the first place, and I believe it's part of what was negotiated, because for all that we know, Iran has been badly having their nuclear programs have been shattered, and it's going to take them quite a long time to come back to the levels where they were becoming a threat to, imagine a country leader, the late Ayatollah Khomeini coming out to say that they are going to annihilate Israel. And they were in the process of making that same weapon. And some persons in the world think the United States and Israel should have waited for them to carry out their threats before acting. You've got to be proactive if you are going to if you are a global leader. I think what the challenge we do have most times in Africa is that our minds have been groomed to be reactionary instead of being proactive. We wait for things to happen, then we start running helter-skelter. And again, in Africa, the minds of most leaders have been primed, not to have any national interest whatsoever. Nigeria don't have a national interest, for instance. We don't have a national agenda. We don't even know what we are doing in global politics, I have to be honest. But for the United States, I see a co-discussant talk about Cuba, talked about Mexico, and talk about a lot of countries. Take your mind back to centuries back. The Great Benin Kingdom. What made Benin Kingdom tick? It was in conquest. It was in taking of territories. And not a lot has changed. If you look at the global map today, most of the countries where they reside now were areas where they conquered during wars and ceded those territories to themselves. Ukraine did it. Russia did it in recent times and took part of Ukraine. It's still the same thing. Yeah, it's going to be national interest. People are going to expand their coast and their sphere of influence. Nothing is going to stay the same. It's better within the international framework that our country too locates themselves and determine for themselves what is our national interest, what's the path where are we just going to look at what happened with South Africa. We put in billions of naira in there, but did we establish ourselves in South Africa so that we can benefit post-apartheid? No, we did a Father Christmas, and at the end of the day, it's boomerang now, and the people say, get out of our country. Look at what we did in Liberia, wasted a lot of money. If that's what you wasted money that could have been used for your development without pursuing your own national interest when peace arrives or returns to that country, that is poor leadership and having no national interest, wasting your national resources. All of the monies the U.S. is spending in the war, tactically they're telling Iran that we almost have taken those money back from you through your oil. We didn't really lose, we didn't spend as much as we thought we did. And though they rubbed it in their face, it's just to tell them, look, we are always going to win, head or tail. So I don't believe that it's the carrot and stick approach. The US still have the largest and most powerful military in human history, and they can mobilize and start to pound Iran as quickly as or as early as tomorrow. And therefore, I believe that Iran lost this war. If you know the damage that was caused to Iran, because this social media has been blocked in that country, there's no reports coming out of the country of what has happened, only what they said. And so they control the information narrative and tell the world, oh, we are still okay. We have a missile train capacity. But you've been taken back over 50 years in terms of development. All your military infrastructure has been taken out. Almost your entire navy has been taken out. Your leadership has been taken out. And that should count for something. But what is certain is, I am happy that global peace is being restored, via the agreement that will be signed on Friday in Geneva, Switzerland, and so that people can begin to get oil. The world runs on crude oil. That's the truth of the matter for now. And therefore, disrupting a huge percentage of its flow would have adverse effects on nations as it's been having. And therefore, it's just a big deal.
Thank you so much, Honorable. We are pressed for time. You've made a lot of points. You've made your point. Thank you so much. Well, Barrister Peter was going to have the last line on this discussion. I know you have so much to say.
I don't have much
to say. But please, that we are pressed for time right now. Do you see this agreement coming true?
I still have a great deal of doubt over this agreement. First and foremost, 60 days of ceasefire. Israel is not on board. They've said so clearly. And Israel has they have their own territorial ambitions outside the defined area for Israel. They're interested in annexing West Bank. They're interested in annexing Gaza. They're interested in annexing southern Lebanon. And Israel dragged Donald Trump or America into this war. America is going into a deal with Iran. Iran has one eye open, not trusting America. So whatever is happening right now, I still say Trump ought not to have gone into this war because majority of Americans do not support this war. And if might is right, then Russia should not be blamed for invading Ukraine. So next time Ghana or Benin Republic decides to offend Nigeria, if we can't even finish with Boko Haram, we can also expand our territory.
Thank you so much, Barrister Peter. Thank you so much, Honorable Echiosai Gibbon. Of course, Honorable Eyegariba, thank you so much for your opinions. I know you have so much to say about it, but we're still watching to see if 16th will truly come into fruition. Ceasefire agreement. Said everything. Okay, fine. Let's just keep our fingers crossed and see how all those will pan out to do it again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbenedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Ebuna zima Dion Obala zima Dion Malawe Mari Esama Dion na Nimado Pom Esama Nimado Beken Esama Emana Dio Warena Esama Magbekenene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get Tony Maga no diami Magame Manido Bekene Dena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Oropa Ewudori Ima Adia Wogene all the Diagboyano Emi Magame we need just to know me offer
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawori Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osayene Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gbedion Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
lájò wá o káyán rẹ̀ kẹrù lẹ́wọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ àkọ́kọ́ balẹ̀jọ́. Ẹgbọ́n akẹ́mẹ́rin lájò wá o káyán rẹ̀ kẹrù lẹ́wọ́.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away agimag bota. Ota omere ota nyonwa. Ule magwa kanile na. Okay ya gboso we amamufwa amirie. Uma dole ni yi yaki umi enoro o adweki una riyo so la ni adweki eri omi lopoloro amamufwa amirie ibota imanadwe na ya yene de ai to kwawo ma no pa ne ai to kwawe emanirewo ai to kwawe nigi ai to kwawo ba ai to kwawe ya se gbe ofin ya se gba wa ya fe we na wo do amoko ebo wa ya kwe isu ina tabi bota eniki o ri de fie o so ba ja mi ebe o kan ro awe ma ni wi yoko awe ma de ka ko ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we ya no awe ya na we no ko ko ge do e we no ba we ya na we no de wo yi e ibota ma na he ya fe no mario ibota o e mo gede emi yoko no agba ko wa o no mario iwo ti imati eni wa o no mario so pera me so pinye me ni ma agba ko wa o no mario emedoya ta ibeka ido akugbe no kwa no adari ho be ni ya ye amamufwa ma ye na ni wa no ma dole ni yi iwo we ami no ma oda no dole ni yi o mi ma oda ma nu ya gwa amamufwa ki wa ye ni kere nyare kere gwa nyare kere wa mi wa ye no koko gwa ero be no nwe na ya dole gbo ma yi no amamufwa amiri ba ni agbon egbon ye na utana ore ba utana Victor Ibisugbe obokia
baba ato iku e o lauda ma ya kan mi say ma ya mama na we adu gina ni ma ata me do ni ro wa ke ni si when I free we dey gare that be ma ya ni ma me ke na yin me no dere wi le mo e go ki ma e go no gbera de e go ki ma ma ye o sa ba gege ma ria oba ato iku e o
ise ore ba tele e paso kabari hunamure ibe do no wo me wa be ne ga kai wa bi dan yo ofun gbo sa gbagbo ya ro oba atope ise niwa zero ni ma ta de si we amamufua aniri emina ya ka no we nu dolo da oyi enu ya uwese uwa ma no bohie we ubohie emata uwa ma no ri no wa eba nu ye na jawe mata uwa ma no gbugbo ugbo nugbe jawe mata gbese mekena mi yukono ma iro uwe tebata se jona na amamufua meje all the kan o twese webo ni mari mi na oni are politicians imuna ni awon ya amuna amufua yero irimu ni a we e ni vote ni a e ni ladian ya wi close osege ni ya yewu ya se no ma mi no ya win no ya me kon mo boye kega oni ayeri na no mo keke ya wi do amuye no roka wani ya mu na he wo se ti mu na he wo tuwe ya se ti mu na he o ha no re aro ene eni bon na no ma mu fa amieri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe se ti we ma me yi no a se ti arioba ye te mu ina le lo wo gba na ya aye mi gbo ya wo to boy mo gba yo wa wo to boy we mi aye mi do mi o yo ọgbà mú yòó wá èyí àgbọn ìyá àgbọn yìí rí àṣẹ èyí ó rí èyàn ṣẹ ọsàbà ní ẹgbẹ àgbọn lọ́wọ́ máa yìí amamufa mèrè ọtẹrẹ ibi ìṣùgbé amamufa mèrè yẹgun ayọ ìyí ló kà ní bùnẹwọ èkéne kìnnàkánà.
Ẹwẹ ẹdínlẹ́wùwà wàyáwó ẹsẹ wàmọ́gẹ́lẹ́mufọ́ àmì ni o ikọ́bọ̀ wẹ́ wì ẹnu mú ẹ pèsè fòá ní amamufa amamere náà ẹ̀rìn náà yẹ ẹ̀ka amamufa amere ọmọ anọmaru èmi èsì ẹ̀kẹ́kẹ́ ní èsì wò dá o wẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn èmi èsì yóò tọ̀ wẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn ẹwẹ́ èmi èsì ọ̀ká fi sùúrù dáadáa gbọ́ wẹ̀ omi ó yẹ oge ìfàwọ̀ dẹ àmì ẹgbẹ́dẹ wẹ̀rẹ̀ kára ọ̀nàbí àmì ẹ̀rọ bà náà yá gùn ẹ̀ ọ̀nàmọ̀ panẹ èmi èsì wẹ̀wù nẹ́ni ọ̀rí ẹ̀gbọ́ ẹ̀ o ọmọ yìí mú gbọ́ ẹ̀ o òsàgbà dẹ̀rọ̀ nínú ẹ̀ èmi ò kí á sùúrù dàgbẹ̀ wá pẹ̀ ọ̀dìgbà náà gbogbo ìfà dé yàrá mi wẹ àwọn sọ̀rọ̀ àrẹ mọ́tò ẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀nà àlàyé mọ́tò ẹ̀rẹ̀ igi mọ́tò ègbọ́ ọ̀làyé mọ́tò ègbọ́ ara òyì ní àdúrà ìwòrì ìnẹ̀bẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ yà àrẹ park ọ̀má yẹn yẹn rí fẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ kẹ́ àṣà mọ́ mi ìwòrì rí ìwò náà ìkẹ̀wò púpẹ̀ ọgbà ọ̀rẹ́ ni una àáyé ni iná ìwẹ̀ mú fùá ni ṣùgbọ́n ìlú sábà ayé àwẹ̀ ìwèrè pé ọtí gbà sọ ni mẹyẹrẹ ìkàyọ wẹwẹ àwẹ̀ igi èrè ìlànàdì àrùpọ̀ pé Lagos road lẹ́yìn iṣẹ́ àlàmọ́tò ibi ẹ̀kadì kẹsìkú di yàn sí yàn èèhàn yàn arúgbó mọ́tò ni iná kà mọ́ pàrọ̀ lóda ìdáwẹ̀ ìpàgbé ìyàmọ̀ yẹ kọ́ àwẹ̀ ọ̀nà gẹ̀dẹ̀ ìpàgbé iná mọ̀ ẹ̀tọ́ta ikú ẹgbẹ̀rẹ̀ àyè mú mẹ́sẹ̀ kìrìkìrì náà tùrí iná wọ̀yà ni wàá yẹ skul ìwà ní bó ti ẹ̀yìn hàtà ní wàyà ní wàá ní go náà ní driver àwọn pa all of it àwọn your money make 20 naira wey I wan give you as change I no get it iná wọ this change náà ní iná tó tà kẹfẹ wò dáhùn iná wọ ìyá ni.
ọ̀nì mẹ́ náà ìlú tí a yẹ fún àwọn
ìwé yìí wọ́n ní àti mú imú náà mọ́ ni ìwú yóò bọ́ ni ìyàtàmọ̀wé ọ̀rí pẹ́ẹ́dẹ́ va iná pa iná arí ògidà iná láì mọ́tò ọmọ apẹ́nà arúgbó mọ́tò ni màrí ìgbéra kẹ́nà tiẹ̀ ògidà junction ìbọ̀ iná wa tòlé mọ́tò ọwọ́ òpìá ìhùwé ìhàdì ìyẹn ní yèké ni ọlọ́wà ní gbòòrò ọwọ́ ìhàtà ní àyà ọwọ́ ìdíṣẹ́ ìwé kárẹ́gò ọlọ́wà pàdé ọgbà tòde iye ni mẹ́wàá wù ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ náà ọmọ wọn rẹ̀ àdìmẹ́ ní bẹ́ẹ̀ náà
oh my god
ọbẹ̀rẹ̀ àmàmúfọ́ ẹ̀yí yá mi ìyí mi àmì ẹ̀dẹ́rẹ̀ náwà agẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ yìí ọwọ́ rẹ̀ àtàdìmẹ́ ní mẹ́rẹ́ àdùnmá ní ẹ̀dẹ̀ àmà náwà rẹ̀ àdìmẹ́ rẹ̀ náà ìnáwó tó fún ìdọ́ni kékeré máa yé náà máa mi ẹ́ àrí òṣèjẹ̀ wo ni màá gbà gbéná yìí náà ọwọ́ àpárọ̀ ló mọ àgbónárí wa ọmọ apárẹ́ yà sí wa ọwọ́ zuwọ̀ ọ̀ọ́rù wẹ́tà mọ àgbọ̀ yóò wá àìmú àgbọ̀ yóò wá yìí kò dùwẹ̀ kúkú yẹn náà ó gé fàárí ó yà dèwé àkọ́kọ́ yóò wẹ̀ kún ẹyẹ pò wúyà mọ́sọ̀ ìwó tọ̀ ìwó ni dè é bùkẹ̀bùkẹ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀nu wàá dùn ara ẹ̀ ọ̀ sọ̀nà kò bọ́ ma sáré bọ́ náà fíìmù àyàgbọ̀ yìí fíìmù àmúfọ́ ìmàmíkì náà mi nà mọ́ àwẹ̀ yìí gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ amúfọ́ agẹ́lẹ́ ní ẹ̀rí ọ̀wọ́n ní ewé èmi èsì dàmá èmi èsì ní sùnú dàyà iná wa máa mú fún abẹ́rẹ́ ni màá gbọ́n iná wẹ́ èké dáná wò ànábì sọ́dọ̀bọ̀ ló dé báyìí mà máa rẹ̀ dèrí yèké sọ́dọ̀bọ̀ ló fi àgbé mà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
iṣẹ́ ẹni wa yá ìwà àdáyé na mú fún a máa mú fún àmì ẹ̀rí ọtí náà pásítọ̀ kábàárì a máa mú fún àmì ẹ̀rí ìyẹn wẹ̀ wẹ́nu ẹ̀yà rẹ̀ bábò ẹ̀rẹ̀ yẹ́ ya ká máa wẹ̀ àmàmù fún àmẹ́rì ìmáwónú ẹ̀rì tọrẹ dọba ìbòtà àmàyé náà.
ìbẹ́ dùnú pẹ́ o zẹ́mi náà náà dé sìn òdẹ̀nìmí aláàgẹ̀ òun tana àmàmù fún àmẹ́rì yà á gu ìbò ẹ̀wògùn ànọ́kàmẹ́ ọ̀dìyàn wò ẹ̀bọ̀ káyẹ̀lẹ̀ yà á bẹ̀ gu ẹ̀zọ́ nọ̀mùbọ́rọ̀ náà ìvíra ìvíje ìvíra wẹ òhùnàgà ìkwe mọ́àmàmú famílì náà èmi nù àgbà gbígbé rẹ̀ gẹ̀ẹ́rẹ́ àkíyàn wọ́n tẹ̀ sọ ègbé sokun mẹ́gẹ̀nà yá sí mi gẹ̀ẹ́ mú àkíyàn òsàlóbọ̀ àgìmà yá iye ẹ̀wẹ̀ bọ́ ẹ̀wọ̀n náà wẹ̀ tẹ̀ nọ gẹ̀ẹ́ mú àkíyàn iye ti yùn kìọ́ yẹ ọtí máa ní Jonathan ọ̀kárí ọba rẹ̀ tẹ̀ Nàìjíríà yá wọ́n awẹ́ election ìbọn àti ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀gẹ́yìn tẹ̀ mọ́ pa ọwọ́ Ghani ọwọ́ esagie ọwọ́ ọmọ akọ́mọ ọ̀sẹ̀ Agani yìí kí á mú dé sagie ọ̀rọ̀ pa n'ọ̀tún èyí tó mú dá yẹ̀ ó ní ẹ̀hó ta ọ̀nà mọ̀ sí ọ̀nà madara náà fún wa ọmọ sùn ẹ̀hó ẹgbẹ́yò àwọ̀ n'ayamiami Agani ẹ̀bùn náà wà lìgì n'ayami dẹ̀ ọ̀tí yẹn mọ̀ tọ́ nínú ọ̀dọ́dọ́ dé reservoir na abami ẹ̀wẹ̀ màyí ó bí rà màyí ó bí yá wà lìgì ẹgbẹ́ náà erio gbẹgẹ grenori agberi agbe amamufua amierie eri wa no ọmọ ni meri adu wọn ni wuyo bọ náà idomi ẹmọ dọ ẹ wọ́n yìí wúkú yọ ẹ ọmọ ẹkọ náà amani ọmọ ni wuyo ẹkọ ọkẹ abẹ yìí kẹ ẹwẹ bọ amamufua amierie mami ọmọ náà wọ ẹsìn yìí ni ọ náà mi wọ ẹmi náà ẹkọ ẹ náà sẹ ẹ ó sàádó yà á ẹ nù. Eba gwa kan ebi no wan eba no kan me opopa na la ate ejefta bebi no wan ka tayi era na te Gilead oyokora no oyoko ona meko ni iye na bie ijokun yo ga omodion ne jefta ne Gilead yaso abi omo so kuma ye gi kokoso wa ona do ri owo ona do biele omo ni ge jefta na bora ado bora ade ado be by monday ni ebie yo wa ọdún ìjẹ̀pọ̀ máa ń pẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ òpè ámìrè Gilead ọ̀nàdò wu ọdún wu ìdíyẹ̀rẹ̀ náà gbàgbé ìwé tí gbé má lórí kù ọ̀rẹ́ rẹ̀ ńdà máa mú ìwé yíyú ọ̀hún òun sẹ́ẹ̀tì yẹn náà gbé má yẹn náà kú ẹ nọ́ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ yà mú fún wa yóò yẹn mú fún wa yẹn náà kú ẹ fún wa ìyẹn náà gbà ọ̀magun yẹn sí ni yóò kí ọmọ dùn sọpọ́nmá sí ni ọ̀nàdì ẹ̀ pọ́nrapọ́nra zòzò làwọn àgbọ̀ ọdún ìṣẹ̀wọ̀n àti ẹ̀mọ́ àbọ̀nà tó tabọ̀ náà gbé zọ̀bù sọpọ́ ni na leleri ye odawo ko be so ogwa gbina ona do so e otu esogia yere do emani buna do de ba na mai enwi na na mai eni ori sewe oko gare do na do na ga tie no ka o ye na e pekere e bo na ku ye fa oko na de ana la gwa lo wa no ka o amamie ara ogbe gwale ga de e so na wo he mo ele wa ya yin ye unda bi ni we otu agbe ye na ewe ọmọ náà kéwé nẹ́rẹ́ ra ọ̀yẹ́ nẹ́rẹ́ ra rogúpò ìdúrà yìí ni ẹ ní edu ọ̀ka ìbò ìyáfẹ́ ẹ̀gẹ́ ọ̀ka ìgbẹ́ ọ̀ka ìbò ayíra yìí ni ènìyàn yé wúlẹ̀ yẹn mẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ni ẹ̀yà bù fún abẹ́gẹ́ ni yẹn ìyá mi náà sẹ́ eré yẹ bò dá o agbọ́nàdó máa yẹ ṣayọ ògùpò lọ́kọ̀ọ́kọ́ yẹn ìdá yẹ amámúfọ́ àbí ẹ̀rù dọ́lọ́rọ̀ pọ̀lọpọ̀ yàwó ẹ̀gbọ́ wẹ́tù mi òun yé mi náà mi ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ ilé tu gẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn ni yé náà wẹ̀sìn ìgbẹ́wé rẹ̀ kí o sábò yẹ iye lè má gu ẹ ọjọ́ wèé dùn án n'ụda ìgbìnà nọrọ ọmọbìnrin náà ẹ̀bùn náà ló ká ẹmu wù n'ọ̀pá wọ́n ní èlùkọ́ ọsẹ wẹ́n náà wẹ́ ẹ ọrẹ́ wọ́n mọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀wọ́ ẹsẹ wúnú náà náà nà ìmọ̀ àlejò náà nà àrùdà èvì osisi yẹ ige ló bọ́ wọ́n àwọn gbọ́sà ìyàwó yà gbọ́ wà díà àrà gbẹ́sọ́ akẹ́dọ́gbẹ́sọ́ yẹ police station ayàsá Abuja ibo nà ẹ̀wọ́n ní èmùrìyà n'ụdẹ́sọ́ wúwú normal say ni aladobọ yẹn kenakana igo ni wàá zẹ yẹ police station igo ni ẹgbà yẹ bàkí sinmi na dáàbí mu ẹ na zi owó ẹ ma sísè má nọ wà gàgà na sẹni kẹ àní náà ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ zọ ní gbé mi yẹn náà ọ̀hìn dọ́mà dọ́gẹ́ sọkún gbẹgbẹ ẹ ọ yíkó yọ ẹgbẹjọ yíkó yọ ayà àti mà nọrọ òtú ẹ kókó ya fẹ ní ìyá fi osisi aga ligi ọgbọn náà mi ẹwẹ ọwọ́ di ọ̀rẹ́dà ẹ̀kẹ́ náà mọ́jọ rẹ bó ọgbọn ọdọmọ òun nọ sùnú náà nìyà ìbí ẹ̀bùn mọ̀ bọ̀rọ̀
ọwọ́ ìbùsẹ̀ náà ni
ìbí ẹ̀bùn wẹ́ fi osisi náà lọ́yà gbìnú wù yà ká wẹ òkò yà á di ọdẹ́mà wẹ wà lọ́dẹ́sẹ̀ náà làdó sí èsì ó tiẹ̀ wọ́n ní pẹ̀lú bó wa yẹ egbúye ọ̀wá mẹ́gbẹ́ ibi ẹ̀yìn sẹ́wọ̀n rẹ̀ wò wà yà dùn ẹ̀mùrẹ́ wà bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀
wà bèbí mẹ́wò.
níwọ̀n ẹ̀ amamufo ama àmì ẹ̀rí ẹ̀.
ní gègé wa tọ́ payọ mọ́mọ́ ìwé wa gùn àkànnà bá ẹ̀ ní àsìní òtọ́ náà gbidigbidi ìmọ̀ àdó wà tọ́ náà ìwà màkìrà ló ṣe àyí èrè ìmọ̀ àdó wà tọ́ náà èyí àṣẹ àyí Every man at Dubai, I said, man at Dubai, Mahamu wa. 11 if you cabetu, if you cole, if you are fumegbe, if you are over, Wagagbina, Wagagicon, no, that Amamufua, I made it. Can also with ye. No matter, don't wait a fiané, no for good my hair.
Wesley, when I did that time, yeah, where you knew Yona, or if you are Mamufua, and maybe anyone, I don't know, no one had died in Matana. It's sort of where all my watani. And you mean now, I don't know anyway. Or in the matter, and not a very tiny. When I'm women, we know. So, we know a woman. Raboy, you went by force. Raboy, I mean, was a bit matana now. What would I say? Anima? And woman, you are more. Uda, when you do me away to her, and I wear a bit or Rumania. Yes, a boy, you know, type, pastor, you know, Kamba. Yes, a boy, no way. Ni a isi mi na we ya pe o wa no e ga ma bi ye obi ewu odo asin odun wo rewo e do ni na sunu e se si lo te wo bi agbawa e we ni na obi ewu mo wa sunu wo mo do wa yan wo ma mo ni wa na e do pa mo yi ni ko te Yoruba ko te Igbo ko ta Hausa ọmọ na bi e wo na no nya wo ra ma bi ra we wo ana bi we wa era wo amupari ewo we ewu no kere ya bere we yere ba odun we se ti su egbe igbe were ba o to na bere la awo ta mo ra we ye ba ye we se rai egbe so pa obi we ibu hi oredo omi ti so we egbe we ni ngari owo na ana we ni we era mo epa so pa we amu we ye ba owawe ọ̀wáwé yàrá ọ̀wáwé yìí nyàn olúwẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sí ilé wọ́sọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ amamufua amẹ́ríè nga ọmọnìyàn amufua nga ẹ̀yẹ sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ do ní màrú ayagbẹ̀rẹ̀ mìíràn nga gbẹ̀rẹ̀ mìíràn èyí náà ọwọ́ ẹ̀ iyekẹ́ ẹ̀ma nga ìmà tánìà wẹ̀ náà ọ̀rọ̀ ara wò. But mama hawe eni no we nu yosisi yeti ya mi omai nu ye odeko de ya mi omai nu zigo ya lo de fe ya ze ne abe ulapa ya ze ne ya fe arimu uto mero ala oda ero na gwadu no yero eye wo kugbe eye wo lago da ya mamufua ameri oruwe boten oruwe bo ra wiye yobo na uno wa amamufua hi uga owanoruse useso ogwaleni ohamegbe unari ene era ni wori ene nku wa lo mufua umaide mufua yeye owanoyo wehia ugbera uwe ni uyobone ne egbeno taba oto ebizugbe umiewe ye school no rie ni mo ohari na ni ya ohari na do ha ni no makwede yeye amamufua amiri edolopo ibude mai unu wawe na lao na arubo negbe na emi mai aruje na ya fe na mewe alele e ma ma na mu gbe oyibo tawe de na yoto oba atope ise
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine Orero, obviously agbe, manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders' Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's great to have you back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. One show that teaches men to put themselves first. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight we're discussing control. Should a man be controlling in his relationship? Okay, most of the time we hear ladies complain that their men are too controlling. Okay, that their men always want to boss over them. So the question we're asking tonight is it okay for a man to be controlling in a relationship? First of all, what do you even, how do you describe a controlling man? What are the things that men do that make women see them as though they're controlling? Okay, is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship? Okay, can a man be controlling at the same time have control in his relationship? So these are basic questions that we're going to be answering tonight. My name is Harry Aigboje, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I've got two gentlemen with me. One of them is an old-timer, but the other one is still a very fresh face. So I'm going to be starting with the fresh face. I'm talking about the one and only Emmanuel Walters. Good to have you in the show, bro.
Pleasure, my pleasure being here this evening.
How's it been?
It's been very, very awesome.
All right, seated next to Walter is the one and only Benedict Ochagu. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you so much, Harry. Always a pleasure being here to do what we love to.
Absolutely. All right, so we're discussing something really interesting tonight, something that has to do with control. Now, I'm sure in your interactions with people, you must have heard some persons, especially the other gender, complain about some men of this era being too controlling. Okay, so let's examine the word control. Do you think a man should have control in his relationship or even in his marriage? I don't want us to just limit it to relationships, okay? Do you think a man should have control? And what is control to you? Maybe we should even begin from there. Okay, what's control to you? Is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship or to be controlling? Let me begin with you, Benedict Ochagu.
All right. Well, the thing is, when you're talking about controlling, as long as the relationship is between a man and a woman, they must be controlling.
Okay.
Is the hard truth that a lot of younger women are struggling with. But the truth is that the fact that you are finding it difficult to accept does not change the reality.
that's actually the part that I find interesting, because it seems like this generation of women are the ones, you know, having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that, you know, there has to be somebody, you know, that wields some level of control in the relationship.
Yeah.
It seems like, you know, our mothers of old didn't quite have a problem with it.
Yeah, you see, I was discussing with you before we walked into the studio earlier, and I said that the hardest time to be a husband, for example, is this generation. It is very, very difficult to be a husband in our generation. In the time of our fathers, it was easier to be a husband because women understand that I am going to be loyal to a figure, a male figure. A woman understands that I am going there. For example, the man is a farmer or the man is a businessman. I'm going there to support my husband and make sure that he succeeds. And from the product of his success, my children will also be taken care of. Right? Even sometimes they go into the marriage understanding that another woman might even come in and they will still be loyal. So it was quite easier in that concept, being a husband in those days, in our father's time, in our forefathers' time.
So you're saying that they go in with polygamy in view?
Of course, it was a general thing, especially in African setting, that it was almost like a 70% thing that as I'm going into this marriage, if I'm the first wife, the chances are
that there will be a second wife at some point.
Will bring somebody. And so you are even being trained by the society as the first wife to be a mother figure to the younger ladies that will be brought in by your husband.
But some persons now see this as a barbaric practice.
Oh, yeah. It depends. You look at it from contextual
perspectives, okay.
Right. Yep. The world is growing. We are evolving. We are becoming more modernized. And then again, people awareness has increased. And so some persons will say, I don't want anybody to share my husband with me. And even some husbands will even tell you that it is even difficult being a husband to one wife these days, how much more bringing another person. Like I told you, it is a difficult thing to be a husband in our generation because we have people, younger generation, who doesn't want any level of control. They want to pick up their phone on social media and say anything. They want to on Twitter and say anything. And so because they have learned a culture of, in quote, a free speech on Twitter, and so they try to apply it within everything without understanding how to separate between the social media
reality
life and the reality on ground, right? So it becomes a very, very big problem because we do respect to women. I found out over the years that women don't really fit up. Women, because they have womb, they take in. And so that extension of being a man with a womb also affects them negatively in other aspects. That's why a woman reads a book, he swallows the book without digesting the book, understanding the one to take and the one not to take. She can just swallow the book and be applying it in her home and be using it against her husband because of what an author said.
Without filtration.
She wants the husband to fit into what an author said in US, without understanding that the scenarios are different. Okay. That's how that's how they are. And so some of the things our Gen Zs learn on social media, they want it to play. And that's what brings, especially maybe on movies and social media. And that's why when you come to propose to a woman, if you don't kneel down, she feels you don't love her enough. That is the effect of home videos and Hollywood and Nollywood movies and the social media, where love is defined by physical paraphernalia. But that is why they just want to do anything. She feels when she's wrong, don't scold her, rather correct her with a shawarma, for example. That is what she feels as well. And so when you don't do that, when you try to be a man, because a man is supposed to be a leader, and leadership comes with a level of control. You may not want to hear the word control. Okay, let's call it leadership. Let's not call it control.
Because I think that's where the problem is. It's a case of grammatical inexactitude. Some persons will tell you, well, don't say control, just say lead.
Yeah.
But is there really a difference between both?
No, let's choose their word. Let's call it lead. Because at the end, it's still control. Because if I'm given a position, God naturally gives a man position to lead.
Okay.
And within that position to lead, you have to control. You have to look out for her. The Bible says nurture
Okay.
In nurturing, you look out for her, and in that looking out for her, you control her.
Okay.
Because if she goes out, in nurturing her, she goes out to take in something, and she begins to have stomach constipation. The effect will still fall back on you. And so you must control her to make sure she don't take that thing. In the bit of trying, for example, you can be in a relationship with a woman and you are telling her the way you are relating with boys, the way you are accepting every guy, chatting with every guy. I know this road you are following, this bush you are following, it was people that cleared it. Me as a guy, I know where this can lead to, because perhaps either you have used that skill to get a woman before, or you have, you know, sorry guys, because I'm breaking guys' code.
Absolutely.
People like Zabi watching us may not be happy.
Apology accepted.
Apology to the guy. So because of that, the guy tends to say, young lady, please set this boundary. Please set this boundary. Then say, why are you controlling me? You don't just have to wake up and say, I'm traveling for this birthday, I'll sleep over the weekend. Because, for example, maybe the relationship the guy was in before, it was that thing that took away the lady from her. So then the context is contextual. That's what I'm trying to say, that as long as a lady listening or watching us, you must understand that, for example, you accept to be with a man, you have accepted to be controlled. If you don't want to be controlled, just remain a single lady and be hanging out with your single ladies and other of your cosmates that are married.
All right.
But accepting to be with a man as a husband and a wife, you signed in to be controlled.
All right, thank you very much. Your own perspective to this issue seems to be more towards the marriage angle. But let me get your perspective on this, Walter. Do you think it's healthy for a man to control his woman?
According to what is said, majority of what is said are correct.
Okay.
But inside there, I'll still be opposing some of his words. Such as the part he made an example that the lady goes outside, takes some stuffs and start having stomach constipation. I won't say control in that context. I will say protect.
Well, isn't control protection?
No. Take a look at it now. They have two meanings. Protect in a relationship. From my own aspect now, protect now, you are aware of where she is. You understand? You are just trying not to make her make some certain decisions that you know is harmful to her. You understand? But control, you are trying not to make her use her own autonomy.
A free will.
A free will.
Okay.
You understand? You are like, what are you doing? Why are you there? Like, you are making decisions for yourself.
Okay.
You are not letting her take her own personal decisions.
Very well. You're saying that there's a clear difference between restriction and protection and control.
Control, yeah.
So when you're protecting someone, it's in their own interest.
Yes.
But when you're controlling them,
someone,
you are trying to restrict them.
It's something more of like a military regime.
Okay, you are trying to prevent them from exercising their fundamental.
Yes, that's just it. You understand? Okay. So now, he said some words about the stomach constipation example, and in that context, I'll put it as protection. You are protecting the lady.
Okay.
And in the other word, last words he said, as a lady, if you have decided to be with a man, know that you have signed up for control. Very correct.
You agree?
I agree with that.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Walter. That was a very good one. Now, let me get back to you, Benedict. He just pointed out a clear difference, or should I say his own perspective, as far as the difference between control and protection are concerned. Do you think there is a difference, or they are the same thing?
Well, the truth is contextual.
Okay.
In the sense that, for example, what Walter was trying to say is, I think there's a lot of sense in what he was trying to say.
Okay.
But again, when you are dealing with an individual, it depends on what that person sees as protection and control.
Okay.
The thing you call protection to her may be control.
So it's probably based on the person's perspective.
Right. For example, I'm telling you, don't go there for so and so reason. For her, because she doesn't see anything, she wants to learn by experience, and you don't want her to learn by experience. And so, trying to prevent her, she sees it as control from her perspective. But from your own perspective, you see it as protection. So context is the issue here.
Okay.
But in the essence, he made also a very salient point, trying to take the person's will away from her.
them,
That is a dangerous one. And as a man, if you try to do that, if you try to capture that within the frame of your leadership sphere, you are trading a very dangerous path. Yeah, you are trading a very, very dangerous path. You don't take away the person's will. Let her express her will, but you provide leadership and guidance, right? That is what some women tend to be. When we say the word we are not saying take away her will, because that also is an extreme. It's weak men that do that.
Okay.
Within her will, within her profession, within her career, she pursues her career, she does her thing, but you monitor, you check.
Okay.
Right? You have to maybe at one time, at intervals, find out how is it going, what is happening around you. Find out, because men are very logical in their thoughts. Women are emotional.
Okay.
So they do almost everything they do with emotions. As a man, you give it logical analysis, and then you bring the offshoot of your analysis to bear by telling her, let's do like this, let's do like this. But the challenge is that we have a lot of women that doesn't want any form of, whether it's leadership, you call it, whether it's protection, you call it, whether it's control, you call it. They don't want any kind of interference. Once the emotion tells them do this, anything that interferes with it is control. And that's where the problem is.
We're asking a very salient question tonight. Is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? And by relationship, I'm not just talking about, boyfriend and girlfriend kind of connection. Even in marriage, is it healthy for a man to exercise control? Now, Walter, while he was, making his submission before I interjected, he was talking about the fact that there is a generation of women who do not want to be told what to do. Now, do you think that has anything to do with feminism?
Yes, it has a lot with feminism, because I've met a lot of ladies like that now. And I think I currently have one as a friend that I'm not in support of her. You understand? Like, I tell her every day, your idea, your ideology, your thinking, your mentality is not stable.
Okay.
You understand? Because take a look at it now. You don't want to be controlled by a man. But without a man, you lack many things. You understand? Without a man, you can't. Okay, she's a single mother now. I told her, since you don't want to be controlled by a man, since you feel you are independent, you can do everything without the help of a man, what's the need of giving birth? Why did you need a man to give birth?
So you are not as independent as you think you are.
As you think you are. In most cases now, she will need some little help. She will run to me. You understand?
So she needs a man.
She needs a man to help her. I'll be like, I'm not helping you, because in your own context, you don't need a man to do anything. If I say I don't need somebody to do something, there's nothing that will make me run to that person for help, because I don't need her. If I say I don't need my dad now to help me in a situation, I'm not going to run to my dad. Probably there are other means I have
to sort yourself
to suit myself out. So now, for you to say you don't need a man in your relationship, you don't need a man, you are an independent woman, you don't need a man for anything, you should have other means that's going to solve your problem. There's no need moving to a man. So I'm very correct. It's very correct in that regard. You understand that for a lady, for you to come up with the ideology of saying you don't want to be controlled, don't ever think of going into a relationship.
Interesting.
The fallacy, just a quick one.
Yeah.
The fallacy is, for example, he pointed a single mom.
Yeah.
The fallacy is that most of some persons that are bruised emotionally end up becoming a kind of role model, mentors, and advisors. And that's a dangerous one.
Okay.
A very recent case study is Tonto Dike. Tonto Dike, when he had problem with church, went on social media and became a mentor, damaged a lot of young ladies, and now she has given her life to Christ and had gone back to reconcile with church, which means that her position...
It's interesting how you said that she reconciled with church and not with God.
With church,
Okay, with Churchill. Okay, all right.
No, of course, I don't doubt.
You don't judge.
God. No, I'm not even talking. What she has with God, I feel it is real, although she needs to be
mentored,
trained and mentored.
Okay.
That's the word. So now she has reconciled with Churchill, her ex-husband. What then happens to the people that saw her as a mentor when she was damaging them? Because she was broken there.
Okay.
She was damaged. You remember those days I constantly say that Tonto is a damaged entity. Then she has a big platform and used it to further damage a lot of young ladies. Now she sees life in the true perspective and has gone back to settle with the guy. She called a lot of names, she's this, and used that example to also coach young ladies.
And the question now is, what happens to the people she misled?
She misled. A lot of them might have left their husband or their guys.
Their relationships.
Their relationship because of the lessons they took from Toto Dike and the stage 4 cancer girl.
Okay.
Blessing
you. Okay.
Right? So the thing is that basically, if you don't want control,
you have no business being in a relationship.
No.
Don't have any business being in a relationship.
Lady, if you don't want control, just close your leg. In fact, you have no business opening your leg for sugar daddy. Because if you, a lot of them that say they don't, like this analogy he brought, Waters brought, that lady, you may be surprised you will be going somewhere to be opening legs to somewhere.
Sure.
You understand? First, a lot of ladies sometimes on this regard live in their bubble of fallacy, and it's a very dangerous place to be.
It's a very dangerous place to be. Now, one of the challenges that a lot of young men of this era are facing is having to deal with women who believe that they do not, or they are not answerable to any man. Now, what's your word of advice to such men?
All right. First, as a man, the world is already too hard. Life is already somehow a bit unfair to men, right? For you now to allow a woman make it harder for you. When you find out that a woman is not have as a matter of ideology that submitting to men is making yourself a less of a woman, then it means that woman does not need a man. And if you as a man, you continue to bury your head inside there, whether in the name of love, whether in the name of she's your benefactor, it means you are gradually digging your grave. It doesn't matter. That's why when I look at the young men that are all emotional in relationship, I love her, all mushy, I tend to a kind of caution if I have the opportunity. Because men, for me, I don't feel men are supposed to be all emotional in relationship. No. Men are supposed to be thought-based people.
Logical,
thought-based, love that is with reason. If a woman does not want to be interrupted, does not want to be controlled, does not want to be led, then what is the essence of being with such a woman? Because once as a man, if your woman does not respect you, you are about 60% dead.
It's like you don't know what you are doing.
An ideology that this woman just means that she will never respect you, you are about 60% dead. And if you refuse to do anything about it, the rest 40% may not take the next 5 years and it will accumulate, and that is the end of Solomon Grant.
So just add to what he said.
Okay.
You know, the Bible, it says, men, protect your wives. Then it also, the same Bible also said, women, be submissive to your husbands. You get? Now, if you take a look at those women that are deciding not to be submissive to their partners, you can see that they are falling astray. They are disobeying the word of God. You understand? And coming to the other part that he said, to fall in love is not a crime. But nowadays, from our generation, it's something more of like a big deal now, falling in love. Because we are thinking, the guy is thinking of, okay, I won't be able to control her. I won't be able to guide her. I won't be able to protect her just because maybe the kind of girl she is. She has that, maybe she has met someone who don't control her, who give her that free will.
Okay.
So she's coming to
translated a permissive guy in the past.
Yes, she's coming into a new relationship. She's still having that same ideology. You get she's having that same ideology. In some cases also, the guy will also be thinking about spending on a lady.
Material investment.
You understand? So you are loving someone now. Like he said, there should be a reason why you are loving that person, except maybe both of them know they are just coming together for fun.
Okay.
Once they know they are coming together for fun, okay, they shouldn't waste their time. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should not waste their time. Okay. But being loving for a reason now, some guys will tell you that the reason why they love a lady is because she's pretty.
Superficial reasons.
Well,
is that a bad reason to love someone, though?
It's not a bad reason, but you, as a guy that is a logical thinker, you need to think deeper.
Okay.
You need to think deeper. You need to look beyond the horizon.
Okay, so on a final note, what would be your parting word? What would be your word of advice, your counsel to young men out there who are dealing with women who have refused to submit to them, or who have refused to listen to them?
The final word I would say is, if it's something that they see is affecting their mental health, because situations like this affect the mental health.
Okay.
Simply walk away from the relationship. Yeah. There's difference between, I tell people, if you want to go in love, they use the word fall in love. I tell people, don't fall in love.
Okay.
Walk into love.
Wow. Okay.
You understand? Because you can fall in love now, and at the end of the day, you will break your leg.
Or you may not even be able to.
You will not be able to pick yourself up. But once you walk into it, if you are tired, you just walk out.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a very interesting conversation. Is it necessary to, or is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? I'm sure my guests have said all that needs to be said on this particular topic, and I want to say a very big thank you to Benedict Ochagu for taking out time to be here with me. It's always a pleasure to have you. And of course, my homie, Walter Emmanuel, good to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think a word is enough for the wise, just like they say. Control is not robbing you of your will, of your fundamental human rights. I think that's one thing that some persons need to understand, okay? There has to be somebody that will exercise control, even in your workplace. That is why your boss is there, okay? If there is no control, then it's only a matter of time before everybody just does what they deem fit or what they deem necessary. And of course, you know what happens in situations like that to lead to chaos. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
certainly the best.
RTV, certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them over, dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
TV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.